T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Look at what's happened to me. I can't believe it myself. Suddenly I'm up on top of the world. It should have been somebody else. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free. Flying away on a wing and a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just me. Just like the light of a new day, it hit me from out of the blue, breaking me out of the spell I was in, making all of my wishes come true. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free. falling for you. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free. Flying away on a wing and a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free. Flying away on a wing and a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Good morning to you guys. That comes from a TV show. Well, I mean, the song probably is a standalone. I'm not sure, but well, it is called America's Greatest Hero, so it's got to be in relation. I mean, it had to be made for the TV show, but it was a TV show a long time ago, when I was growing up as a kid, called The Greatest American Hero. And it was basically a superhero that got his powers from a spaceship. He was out in the middle of the desert or something like that. The spaceship shows up, he walks out. There's some kind of blue light, one of those moments where you think he's gonna get sucked up into the ship kind of thing, and he's given like a suit, and when he puts the suit on, he's got these superpowers. And the funny thing about it is it's kind of like one of those ones where it's like he's just the average Joe who got the superpowers, but he doesn't know how to use them. He can never stick his landings, and he's got all these superpowers, but he's kind of like the bumbling idiot. That's us. That's us. We are the greatest American hero. We're here to save our economy, our market, and we're seen as the bumbling idiots. Okay, here we go. We didn't just come this far just to come this far. DFV, if you don't know who DFV is, that's pretty much the person who started all this. He got us going down this path. And I have a particular reason why I said we didn't come this far just to come this far. I think that there's going to be some news in our future. I'm forecasting a little bit here, but I think there's going to be news in our future that's going to potentially have us questioning our 5 whys. And so I want you guys to keep that list of your 5 whys. It's going to be more important than ever that when we're faced with this choice, a choice on what we're going to do, you need to know those 5 whys. What did we come here to do? What did we come here to accomplish? So I want you to think about that. They will become important. I noticed that there's a spike in volume right here at 709. It's saying that spike of volume is 200,000 shares. The problem is that we're just barely over 200 in volume right now. So I'm not sure if this is a misreporting or what, because 200,000 shares is just what we're just about over right now. And there was obviously volume before that. Yeah. Some of these columns of volume. Some of these columns of volume in here are much enough to be over the couple of thousand that were over 200 right now. So if I had to guess, it's probably just a misreporting. If I go back in the order book 5 minutes, I doubt we're going to see 200,000 shares worth of volume traded. Let's go back to that time and just seeing the timestamps here. 709. Oh, the timestamps don't even. Are you kidding me? All right, here we go. Yeah. That's just a misreporting. there's nothing even close to 200,000 shares traded during that minute or any minutes around it. And I'm looking from 7:13 all the way back to 7:06, and there's nothing. So I would ignore that comma volume there. All right, let me see what you guys are writing here. Let me see if I can fix the stream quality. That may be partially my fault. Let me kick my computer. Give me just 1 second. That should be a little bit better, hopefully. Mom's out of the hospital as of last night, Tim. She's she's crazy. She because of some of the tests that they gave her. She was in Arizona visiting with my sister and my new nephew, and the rest of the family, and some of the medicine or some of the stuff they gave her for the testing meant that she couldn't be around anybody afterwards. So she had to basically leave the hospital, collect her stuff, and head back home to California. So last night she drove home. I need to give her a call this morning and find out and make sure she got there okay. Justin says they're gonna make up an offer, huh? I don't know. I don't know. But I want you to be ready for that. I want you to be ready for an offer. And if we're gonna get one, I want you to decide, is it gonna be worth it? That's really what it comes down to. I mean, the short end of the story. The short end of the story is what price would you be willing to settle for? We didn't just come this far just to come this far. What kind of number would you settle on? And I'm talking about not some kind of government kind of thing. I'm talking about like if a company decided to come in and buy or purchase AMC, what price would you settle for? And I want you to think about that. That's really what it comes down to. So the easy short story is what price would you settle for? And see, I struggled with this last night. I'm not here to create fear, uncertainty, and doubt. I just want you guys to think about that. I want you to think long and hard about it because I think it may be something that comes up in the future. If it doesn't come up, great. We'll just continue on with our plan of collecting our money from institutions, which is fine. But I don't know. What are you willing to settle for? Are you willing to settle? I'm torn. I'm torn between insured money versus coming here to fix a system that's broken. If somebody were to buy out the company, Menji is what I'm talking about. If somebody were to buy out AMC, what would you be willing to sell your shares for on a flat fee? Like, because you would be a part of that decision process making on that. And the glasses are on, so we can start looking through our numbers here. Yes, I did hear about Revolut stopping trading on AMC and GME. Apparently, they said it was an accident. My understanding was is that they didn't have the liquidity or the equity. They didn't have the equity needed in order to trade it. That's what I had heard. Well, AV, I don't want to talk about unknowns. I don't want to talk about unknowns. And even just talking about this period is an unknown. But I want you to think about it now because, if it never happens, great, right? I mean, it's not a big deal. We've talked about it and it just never happens. But I want you to think about, what would you accept for a price after what we've gone through? What would you accept for a price? Think about it. Know your 5 whys. Why are you here? Ask yourself that question. Why are you here? How did you get here, right? How did you get here? Why are you here? And start asking yourself whys to each one of those questions. And I'll just give you an example. I'll give you my 5 whys. I wrote them down, and I really need to start memorizing them, and I haven't. But my 5 whys are this. I wanted to be a part of a movement to fix a broken system. That was my number 1 reason. I bought 2 shares of GME. I just wanted to be a part of fixing the system. That was it. That was my number 1 reason. Number 2, I'm tired of watching retail investors, including myself, losing money on their investments in homes due to market fraud. That was my second reason. Why? We've never had a method by which to counter the algorithmic trading of the institutions until now. Why? We have social media that allows us to be vocal about our investments in real time. Why? As humans, we desire community. Those are my 5 whys. We have a community. We've built something. We have something going for us here. Let me read you somebody else's. Number 1, community is unprecedented. I just copy and pasted what somebody said here. I don't even remember who said this. Their number 1 reason was why is community is unprecedented. 2, risk reward is off the charts. 3, expose Wall Street and enjoy fair markets going forward. 4, lesson on patience resolve. 5, I had a talk with the future me. He said, diamond hand, baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really want you guys to start thinking about those kind of things for the future. That's the whole reason why I had you write your 5 whys down in the first place. Because, future whale, if I accept, why am I torn? If I accept any kind of money on a transfer of ownership of AMC, I don't get to complete my 5 whys, and they become null and void because that becomes a scapegoat for those who were involved in market corruption. So why am I torn? I want to finish my 5 whys, but I also want to see everybody become successful. And, depending upon how much money is offered, it may be enough to make everyone successful, and it might be a fair price. I don't know how much it would be. I actually started calculating some numbers out to try and figure that out last night, just to kind of figure out, like, what would be a fair market value for the company. I don't think there's enough money that a company could pay for AMC to make it a fair market value for everybody to be successful. I just don't. I don't think that. I mean, if you think about it, if somebody wanted to pay $1,000 for each share, and you believe that there's at least a minimum of 2.4 billion shares out there, then that's it was something like 2.8 at $1,000 a piece. It's like something like 2.8 trillion. It's 2.8 trillion or something like that. I forget how much it was. I did the calculation, but it's who's going to pay 2.8 trillion for AMC? I just don't see it. Will the buyout stop the squeeze? Yes, because they would buy your shares. They would buy you out of your position. So everybody would get a flat rate for their shares. And then you would have no shares anymore. You would have money. But it's something we're going to have to talk about, if it does become an issue, we need to be ready for it. I don't want to be scrambling to think about this kind of stuff. No, you're right. You're right, Dufresne. We don't get an option on what price to settle on. what I'm saying is if they come at us with a price on how much they want to buy the company for, that's what you have. That's the settlement. That is the settlement. So you have a choice between yes or no on that, right? You're absolutely right, though. We don't get to decide that price. Yeah, I know it sounds funny, Anthony, but it's something we need to think about. Um, no, somebody would have to buy out the company in order for that to happen. Future will. It's not delusions of grandeur at all. It's simply a discussion about if a company were to come in and say that they wanted to buy AMC, what kind of price do you think that they would give, and would you settle for that? Possible, Joe. They would have to buy out. I think, Tim, they would have to buy out every single shareholder. I think they would. Yes, AV, we would have to vote. That's what I'm trying to say, is we would have to vote on a buyout. That's correct. So Dufresne said, yes, I had a stock that I bought at $9 and the company was bought out and taken private. I had to sell at $19.50 a share what they sold the company. We would have to decide. We would have to decide. They would tell us how much they were going to buy the company for, and we would have a vote to decide whether or not we would sell. So Tulip brings up an interesting point. If that happened, wouldn't that prove synthetics? I think it might. I think it might. I don't know that we would be told that number, but Amazon, or I said Amazon, any company who wanted to purchase AMC would be told that information. So, because they would have to know how much it is that they'd be on the hook for. All right, let's move on to the numbers, guys. It's time. I mean, you guys don't. I know this sounds funny. I know it sounds really funny. But if you don't talk about this kind of stuff in advance, if you don't prepare in advance, everything that we have done along the way, I've been trying to make sure that you guys are prepared for things that are going to happen in the future. If you're not prepared for the future, if you don't think about things in advance, then then when it hits you in the face like a ton of bricks, what are you going to do then? Would you rather be able to dodge it because you saw it coming, or would you rather it just hit you in the face? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah, she's on her way back home, but Donkey Kong, she drove home last night. They released her from the hospital. They didn't find anything through all the testing that they did, so um, from all the tests, so if that's the case, then that means that there's no heart attack. So no heart attack, that's a good thing. But they don't know what was wrong. But they sent her home. Yeah, so Matt's saying wouldn't shorts have to cover before buyout? So yeah, they would. There would be a mass panic. You would see a price rise of the share price rise. Brokers would actually start fighting for shares immediately. They would be trying to grab shares as much as they could. I mean, I'm not trying to create FUD here, guys. I just want you to know I want you to know your five whys, and I want you to think about, how far we've come, what we've been through, and I just want you to think about like what the acquisition of AMC would look like and how much you would be willing to settle for. Because if there was even a possible acquisition of AMC, you would have to decide that. You would have the final vote on whether or not that would happen or not. And so then what I'm just trying to prepare you for is what would you say to that? What would you say to an acquisition? So let's talk about where we're going. Yeah, I know, Future Whale. It's been a long time happening that in fact it's been believed for a long time that Amazon was actually responsible for sicking Citadel on AMC in the first place, so that they could drive the price down enough to where they could acquire uh, AMC at bargain discounts. But that's all conjecture, and nobody could ever really prove it. But people were in assumption that Citadel was the henchman of Amazon for trying to drive a lot of different companies' prices down to bankruptcy levels, so Amazon could pick them up for cheap prices. But that was all. It was a lot of conspiracy theory stuff from way back in the day. If you've been around this play for a long enough period of time, you've heard this whole Amazon thing for a long, long time. I think the news alone of an acquisition of AMC, I think would probably be very positive on the market. I think the effects would have brokers would be going out scrambling for shares to try and they would, if they were afraid that it was actually going to go through, they'd be scrambling to buy shares, and you would see price rising really quickly. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. Numbers, numbers, numbers. I got to log into Fidelity. Uh-oh. We're sorry, we're having temporary computer problems. Please try again in a few minutes. Oh, no, you don't, Fidelity. Not on this. No, you don't. There we go. I'm in now. No, no, no. Don't you do that to us. Real quick, while I'm doing this, let's take a look at Adam Aaron's most recent tweet. Let's see here. You all can be proud that Time Magazine today named AMC Entertainment as one of the 100 most influential companies of 2022 globally. We join with Alphabet, Google, Amazon, Apple, Disney, Meta, Facebook, Microsoft, Moderna, Pfizer, Reddit, and Walmart, among the other great firms. It's pretty cool. Yeah, they did that to us before, Danny. Uh, Printing out AMCX as being the same thing as AMC. They're up to their old usual dirty tricks. David, you're back. David, it's good to see you back, man. I guess you're not done after all. All right, let me see here. I've got Fidelity updated. Let's take a look at our numbers. Price prediction tally points. Oh boy, what a week. What a week. Where did my notes go? Huh. My computer shut down my notes. Hold on one second. I gotta open back up my sticky notes. Well, I hope I didn't lose them. That would suck. Okay, they're there. Price predictions for the day yesterday, I had 27 to 30, Eric had 27 to 30, Keto had 32.13 to 35.13, and Monty had 35.35 to 38.35. Missed column gets a third point. I don't know in the history of price predictions by the four of us or any of the four people who've been price predicting. I don't think we've ever missed 3 days in a week. I don't think so. There may have been 1 week a long time ago, maybe. I'm pretty sure this is the first time. It's going to be interesting to see where people are going to put their price predictions for the day to day. I'm not going to, well, I'm going to sway people a little bit here. I'll tell you my price predictions in just a minute for the day today. I do have a price prediction already set up. I'll tell you in just a minute. Short exempt volume. Let's take a look at it on True Demons MOASS trigger indicators. Slightly higher than yesterday. Yesterday was 510. Today is 513.8. Now normally that drives really high when SSRs trip, but when they trip it so late in the day, it's difficult for them to get a lot of volume through there. So more than likely with today's volume, which we're already seeing large amounts of volume, that short exempt volume is going to be much, much higher. I wouldn't be surprised if we break 1 million today. Utilization. Get your drum roll out. We're going to refresh for utilization here. Wait a minute. I got to write down the number first. Let's see. 2.4 million is what we saw for shares borrowed according to Ortex on Wednesday. Let's see. Let's refresh it. Utilization still showing 100%. Let me just verify that that is today's data. For yesterday, that is correct. 100% utilization. We are on now day 37. 37 straight days of utilization being 100%. Yesterday's day-over-day price change was a negative 12.77%. Oh, stop being silly. There we go. And moving to off exchange, the final numbers in the last hour before the end of the day, we saw 55.4 in the off exchange and 13.33. Let's give it a refresh and see what the final numbers were. 54.96 and 12.83, both numbers higher than the 30-day average, increasing those values. The total between the two is 66, 67, 67.79. 67.79% total in the off exchange. That is about 3 to 3.5% higher than normal. So a lot of price discovery shoved off into the off exchange yesterday. If you consider that we had, I think it was 95 million total in volume yesterday, that ends up being roughly around like, well, according to, if you just add these two volume numbers together here, that's 64.4 million shares. Moving down to short share interest of the free float on Ortex. Today is at 20.37. Typically, we do see before a run up, we do see short share interest of the free float starting to drop, and we are starting to see that. We'll dive a little deeper into Ortex data here in just a minute. Let's see. Moving to the top right-hand side of the screen, institutional ownership 187.503. today is 187.505, very slight increase. The 13Fs have started coming in again, so we're not in that gray zone of non-filings. Max pain yesterday was $23. Let's see, it started out at 18, I think it was $18 on Monday, $21.50 on Tuesday, and now $23 or $23 on Wednesday. Let's say I'm gonna go with $24 today. Let's see. Nope, still 23. I think that's where we're headed towards. I do think that we're heading towards 23 range. Let's take a look at the options. My wife's gonna go pick up coffee this morning. Coffee. Our lottery ticket winner is down at a $51 strike price, which is actually up from 40. But I'm only counting the 40 because that's where we were until they added some more additional values above us. So I'm still going to track the 40 range because they just added in the additional other stuff. So yesterday at $40 there was 58.1 thousand contracts. Today in open interest, today there's 55.6, which means some people have been collecting some of their money on call options that were perhaps in the money. So, or not in the money, but had made money. So they've collected on some of their money. That's good. It means somebody's making some money out there, and hopefully it's the right people. As far as open interest goes, below that value, more realistic values, at a $30 strike price is down from 35 down to 30, with our highest amount of volume below that. Yesterday it was 35 with 25.1 thousand contracts. Today it's 30 with 27.4. On the puts, highest amount of open interest at a $16 strike price. Yesterday was 15.3 thousand contracts. Today is 15.6. Very small change. The spread is about a $14 difference. Add 7 to 16. $23 is kind of like that's the middle ground. That's exactly what Max Payne is saying. So yeah, just go right on ahead and expect something very close to that probably. Let me move a couple screens and we'll take a look at some more data here. Vortex. There's our utilization with 37 straight days. 37 straight days of utilization being 100%. On loan amount, taking a little bit more of a dip, went from 137.28 to 132.62. It's a pretty big drop. On loan average age per day has got to be skyrocketing. No, it flattened out. That means they've closed some older positions. This is what I would expect to see right before this thing starts to take off. They're closing older positions. They know something's coming, and they want to try and get as much of their older positions, any positions that are out of the money, closed. It's very unusual for price or for volume, or not volume. What am I saying? It's very unusual for shares on loan to drop by like 5 million, almost 5 million shares, and have on loan average age per day go sideways. That means they have to be closing out older positions. They're preparing. Here's your short share interest of the free float dropping as well. All these are very good signs that they're preparing for an inevitable increase in price. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is number 2 in volume. We had a 57% buy to 43% sell ratio yesterday, which is much better than it has been, but it's not 60-40 that I like to see. GME coming in 7th with 41% buys, a 59% sell ratio. $23.11 is trigger for SSR, and SSR is on for the day today from yesterday's triggering of SSR. Amount of shares having been borrowed. 550 down to 150. So there's 400,000 there, and then this is from 3.495 down to 1.286. Plus another 50K. $3.1 million. That's what I'm getting. 3.1 million shares having been borrowed. Yesterday it was 3.7, and I didn't track. Again, I didn't track the after hours very well yesterday, so there may have been a little bit more than 3.7 borrowed yesterday. I think even Ortex would suggest that that's the case. Let's see, Wednesday. So far for the day today, it looks like 3.1 million. Borrow fees back up to 1.6. We have 72.2 thousand contracts that are in the money on the calls. 196.1 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls. 160,000 contracts out of the money on the puts. Here's your short exempt volume. Big numbers. Last 3 days. Everything on the eastern side of the world down. The only one that was really, I mean, the Shenzhen was down a full percentage point. The Hang Seng, I'm probably saying that so bad, is down 1%. Everything else was just marginally down. IWM in the pre-market today is down 0.11. Tesla is up 0.19. Amazon is up 0.36. Cinemark is down 2.9. Doge is up 1.35. Bitcoin is up 0.12. GME is down 3.73. Our gold mine has not been traded so far. It's either that or it's been it's breaking right down the middle at 0% change. Let's see if it's trading in pre-market. Yeah, it is. It's just breaking even right now. Hood is up 0.41, and we are down 4.48% in the pre-market. Yesterday, our inflow versus outflow was a $15 million difference in outflow. So far this morning, we have 261,000 shares having been traded so far. We've got about 13 more minutes till our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. If that doubles, we could see very easily 100 million share traded day today. Very easily. We're definitely in the range for 100 million share traded day. Very similar to what we had yesterday. 95. I said My original prediction yesterday was 70 to 90 million, and then I had a secondary prediction just in case. I did a little bit of fudging of the numbers just to try and figure out if there was some kind of change that was going on with the predictions because I've been off for a couple days and it's been pretty bad. But it was 150 to 180 was the secondary prediction, but we hit 95, and I said 70 to 90 on my original prediction. So I'm going to stick to my normal guns, and I'm just going to continue to predict the way I normally do because I was only off by 5 million, and that's not bad. I was low by 5. I'll accept that. That's not terrible. So we're going to wipe out this double the numbers scenario. We'll see what the pokey stick of volume gives us here in just a little bit. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.03. Now I'm going to zoom out on this a little bit here. I think it is important to see what Vortex Indicator has done in the past. This is January right here when there was this big swing down to the bottom side. This is June when it swang down to the bottom side. When it swang down to the bottom. And now here we are at the top here, swinging back down to the bottom here. We'll see if this actually crosses over. It'll be a defining point if this does cross over, as you can see from the past. When it does typically cross, there's changes to price. Even on these little tiny swings here, there are some significant price changes. So you can definitely see that we're moving into a new period of time here, where selling pressure is not as high as buying pressure. It's going to cross, and you can see the volume starting to pick up week over week as well. In fact, these look very similar to this situation back here in January. It's a very nice increase. I like it. I like where it's going. By the time we finish this week out, it'll probably look very much like this back here. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.66. It's cooled off and it's underneath the overbought territory, but is also still very high. 70s overbought. It's at 65.66. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.53, signaling for heavily oversold. So that's very interesting to see this. On the daily is indicating that this needs to cool off some more, but the hourly is saying this is way cooled off. So some very conflicting data here between the hourly and the daily. Very conflicting. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with it double dipping. No, double or triple dipping into the oversold territory at 29.21 on RSI currently. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.04. And with that, let me see what you guys are writing. Yeah. Halts don't mean anything, David. One Love says 2 weeks. I like it. Me too. I think, much like Adam Aaron, I think 2 weeks is wow. utilization is a representation of how many shares are available to borrow in they're expecting those security lending volume to come back in, David. So since there were 70 million shares that were lent out on a short-term security lending volume, but they haven't been returned yet because he's still at 100% utilization, they're assuming that those shares are still available to borrow, and there are shares available to borrow. It's just that the utilization calculation is based off of how many are actually borrowed. So there's two different types of lending, and one of them doesn't count for actual lends, and the other one does. so that's why the utilization is tricked into believing that there's 100% utilization. Um, the formula bases it off of all of the lending, not just a portion of it. So it's reporting 100% lended volume when it's not entirely lent out. There's still the ETFs, and they're cycling them through the ETFs. So I'll tell you what my prediction for the week looks like. Historically speaking, on AMC and historically speaking from GME, we tend to see SSR trip. We see about 2 to 3 days of either sideways or downwards pressure in price before moving back up again. So SSR tripped yesterday, Thursday, Friday. We could see price moving back up on Monday or Tuesday of next week is what I'm looking for. So if that helps, that's what I'm kind of seeing right now. If it moves up sooner, great. But I can't really. Normally, here's the other part to that too, is that our last high was 24.30, or sorry, 34.33. Our current low is 22.33. Is that correct? Oh wait, no. 22.33 is the turnaround point. Our current low. Hold on a second. I got to change some numbers here. 1 second. I was trying to figure out what the low was, so I had it plugged into my numbers, and I don't have the low number plugged in. I think 24.46 might be the current low. Let me just check real quick here. Yeah, 24.46. So let me just add that in here. So, oops, 24.46. Right now we're at 28.8% down from our last previous high of 34.33. I expect to see a turnaround point at about 35%. So I'm going to move. We've kind of crossed that threshold of an SPF. So I'm going to move the SPF numbers now down to the 35% turnaround point, and that's where we're going to track from next. 40%. The red line is going to go to 40% down. The white line is going to go to 35%. If I can move it, which is 22.33. This would be what I would expect to be the new turnaround point. Depending on how many paper hands occurred in this price movement, down will determine how far down we go. If we make it down to 40% down, then it will be there was more paper hands than expected. Just the lower it goes, just expect that there's more paper hands. I'm on the wrong time scale. Son of a gun. Come on. And then this last line is going to go just slightly underneath, or above, I should say. Let me figure it out here. We're going to call this like 33 and a half. Should we do 33 and a half? Yeah, that's close. 33 and a half. So let's see here. $22.82. And this one's going to be 40%. $20.59. Let's go at 2060 because it is a remainder. I'm just going to round it up. Alrighty, so that's what we have here. Let me put the dotted line on SSR trigger. SSR trigger for the day today is, you can't see it because it's not there. Hold on a second. SSR trigger is 2311. Oh man, I almost put it right on it. All right, those are locked. Ironic that the SSR lines up almost with that, what did I say, 34% down. Here's our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. We have 271,000 shares having been traded so far. Prior to it, let's see what we get here. Yeah, we're going to be very, very close. The data, I mean, this data to me looks very similar to what we were seeing yesterday for volume. So I'll probably end up just guessing like 100 to, actually I'm going to say 90 to 110. Yeah, 90 to 110 million shares traded for the day today. All right, let me see what you guys are writing. Good morning, as a rule. See, the problem with this play is in regards to options is that it's extremely risky. You're gambling. You're gambling in a casino, and share ownership is really the key. That's just my opinion. Milo, that's actually Doug. Doug. I like Doug so much better. Doug, that's really close to what I'm kind of seeing have happen too. You know, slow bleed out to max pain, or maybe even a potential fast bleed out, right? Like a fast bleed out down to 20 23-ish dollars, and then maybe even just slightly lower than that, maybe 22-ish, and then just a sidewards trading day on Friday, just kind of letting us simmer over the weekend over something like that. And then next week, probably a lot different looking. Yeah, Benjamin, that is correct. We are down currently with that low of 24.46. We are down 20. This value right here, 24.46, puts us at 28.8% down from the last high of 34.33. Boris is saying, Casey, I wanted to be all in before this week, especially. I wanted to be in before the end of this month, expecting market dynamics to hit like a tsunami anytime starting today. I I wouldn't put it past what you're saying at all. In fact, I feel like I've been saying it almost for too long now that the redcoats are coming. It's been a hot minute since I said that, hasn't it? It's probably been like a month and a half or so. But I don't disagree with what you're saying. Um, Again, it is your money, it's your choice. I'm not trying to say that I agree or disagree with what you said about the all in part, but um, yeah. I mean, the VIX did make a turnaround yesterday. It started going positive again. Caitlin says Hycroft volume is 1.2 million. Hycroft's volume, check that out, guys. Their average 3-month volume is 43.55 million for a company that has a free float of 59.82. You gotta love that. Those are some amazing numbers right there. Yeah, Caitlin, not a problem. Absolutely. Let's check it out. I actually have the numbers all pulled up already. Believe it or not. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I don't know. It's a childhood song, guys. It's probably not the best of songs for today, but I liked it though. I liked it as a kid, and it brings good feelings when I hear the song. So that's what it is. Taking a look at HYMC here, just to give you guys an idea what's going on with it. Utilization currently at 87.36. Seeing a dip before a rip in utilization is often a very usual trend. It's a usual suspect. On loan amount, almost following that utilization. Big super spike in on loans as price rose. Of course, people are going to want to try and make money on the backside by taking out short interest. That's unfortunately where some people get caught if the price continues to keep going up. On loan average age per day you can see is really, really low, and the reason that it's low is because that's, again, a lot of new loans are coming in. A lot of new loans for that short interest. There's the estimated short share interest of the free float right there at 6.58%. So very, very low short interest, but it doesn't take a whole lot of short interest to become out of the money to really start getting a stock to pop on a squeeze. Shares on loan 14.29 million, which is drastically different. Let me see here. That's actually quite a bit different. So they're reporting a short interest of 8.79, but the loans is close to doubling that number. Here's their failure to delivers reported, and then they've been on the threshold list all the way up to today. They're March 30th. They're still on a threshold list. So the failure delivers are absolutely stacking, and they're not being recovered. The security lending volume, the in the background lending that's happening, that's keeping this estimated short share interest, the free float, is skyrocketing. Look at that security lending volume. Super, super high. And also, that security lending volume is also helping with that utilization being so high too, right? Just like it is with us, we have a lot of security lending out on AMC, which is causing our utilization to be 100%. Saint Manet, have a great trip. Daughter won a Grammy for her music video in Line and Love. Have a drink with the wife. Enjoy the video. What? Saint Manet, I saw the tweet. I saw the tweet. I'm gonna respond to your tweet. I saw the tweet and I didn't understand. What the connection was. Oh no, I think I did send you back a tweet there. Well, have a great time in Vegas. It sounds like it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm gonna check that out. I want to check that video out. That's cool, man. That is very, very cool. War has a way of doing that, Caitlin. Isn't it interesting? Boris said, AMC's short interest is a two-story house of cards built in the middle of the mall, and they just unlocked the doors. Boris, I'm gonna have to come to you for analogies. That's great. I love that. I'll take your word for it, Caitlin. I don't care about it, but I believe you. I believe you. War has a strange way of uh, fixing recessions or inflation. If I remember the dating game, you'll love the video. I can't wait to check it out. Yeah, Bill says Putin is making ruble. So they actually They tied 5,000 rubles to one. I think it was an ounce of gold, if I'm not mistaken. I read a news article. I think it was a day or two ago, stating that the Russian ruble is now 5,000 rubles is tied to 1 ounce of gold. I think that's what it was. I might be. I know it was 5,000 rubles. I can't remember if it was 1 ounce of gold or if it was more, but I'm pretty sure it was 1 ounce. Mexican Silverback saying, "Can you explain the proposal to us viewers if you're familiar? Thank you." Um, so I'm not sure the 100% of all the details inside the 2021-010. I did provide a link the other day that was a pretty decent link that I found on it. I can provide that link again. Give me just 1 second. I've seen differing opinions as to whether it's a good thing. Thank you so much. I've seen differing opinions on as to whether or not that's a good thing or a bad thing. I think some people are saying that I think the general consensus, and I'm not sure where I stand on it because I haven't gone through the document and actually read it all through. So I'm kind of basing a lot of what I know about it based off of what other people have written. So take take that with a grain of salt. Let me see if I can find that link. Some people are saying that it was good that it didn't get passed because it would have allowed hedge funds to have like a secondary reverse repo. I'm looking for the article and I can't find it. Well, I'm going to say this. This is what I will say. Silverback. What I'm going to tell you is this. GME had no problem squeezing without NSC 2021-010. So, is it? Yeah, NSC? NSCC, sorry. So, yeah, we don't need it. We don't need it to have a squeeze. But there may or may not have been things in there that may have improved the quality of. I've heard some people say that it would prevent them from being able to have failure to delivers because there would have been a reporting party that would have been uh, watching failure to delivers and reporting basically like what do they call that, a review panel that would be monitoring failure to delivers and making sure that they were being tracked the way that they were supposed to be being tracked. um, Man, I really would have to go in and start reading that thing to really kind of give you a great answer, and I haven't done it, so I need to. You know who I would refer you to is there's two different people. Charlie's videos, and see if he's got a video out there. I'm pretty sure he's got videos on all those NSCC things. I can't sit down and read those. They're so difficult for me to do. But either him or Pantheon, because I'm pretty sure he's in the know. That's right. Porter's jogging my memory here. That was the reason with the reverse creating a secondary reverse repo. Porter's saying here NSCC 010 allowed for the DTC to act as a pawn shop of sorts. If a hedge fund is facing capital requirements in order to meet margin, they can loan other equities. And so the idea was that instead of being able to instead of having to have like prime equities to avoid margin calls, they could just start using other equities as a way to avoid that. So the fact that it didn't get passed may be a good thing, because now they can't use uh, downgraded equities to avoid margin requirements. Out of other funds in exchange for capital instead of selling them and creating a market crash. They can then buy those equities back from the funds at a later date without impacting the market. It was a get out of jail free card to the hedge funds. Yeah, so yeah, I tend to agree. I remember reading some of that stuff now. Now that you jog my mind, Porter, I agree. I mean, I haven't gone through the documentation and actually read it for myself, but there are people who have, who I trust, and I remember reading that from those people. Caitlin, I would agree with that statement. Oh, Eric, I love the chill vibe in here too, man. We have a good group of family in here. Enjoy it. Enjoy it while you can. I keep waiting for it to not. I keep waiting for it to change, and it doesn't seem to matter how many people show up. It stays the same. I don't understand why. It's really quite unique. I feel like we have some of the most. And I'm not just trying to. I feel like we have some of the most intelligent people in this play in this room watching, and I'm not just trying to say that just to make you guys feel good about yourselves or anything like that. But I mean, I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, and y'all are smart people, very very smart. In fact, there's somebody I want to give a shout out to somebody who I was listening. Very oftentimes I go into space calls and I just listen. I just listen. Sometimes I'm asleep. Sometimes I'm not asleep. Sometimes I'm actually I actually really am listening. And there's somebody by the name on Twitter who goes by AMC Alex. Yeah, AMC Alex. And he gave me a shout out on the space call and says that he really enjoyed watching the, the making of history that we're doing here. And and man, he's smart. He's really really smart. I was listening to him talk and I was like, holy crap, that guy's smart. And I was like, I almost felt I almost was like, it makes me feel intimidated. It makes me feel intimidated because you're watching me and I know you're smart and I don't feel as smart as you sound. So, so it just, um, it's cool. We have some smart people in here. I mean, look at Caitlin, look at Porter, all you guys. I mean, I could just start naming off all the names. You all are great people. You really are. Okay, enough gloating about you guys. Joe says, what do you think about the hourly chart on HYMC bull pennant formed with earnings coming out in 15 minutes? Is it coming out in 15 minutes, or were they going to wait till the end of the day like most like AMC always makes us wait? Let's see here. Hourly chart. We got basically 24 hours. So I would not say a pennant. And the only reason I say this, Joe, is that this is like a 24-hour time frame, the run up. Yeah, it's a 24-hour time frame, and the distance on where it should have popped should have been 24 hours later. So if it was a pennant, the pennant should have been here, and the breakout should have been like right in this area, right in here. So it's really just, in my opinion, a wedge. A wedgie for the hedgie. That's going to be too steep. Let's try something else here. I mean, it's like It's already drawn down to the very end here. Let me see if I can't find a better point. And there's not another good point. That's it. I mean, it's going to do something here with market open, I'm pretty sure. You have decreasing price. You have decreasing price followed with decreasing volume. Volume's decreasing. That's bullish. This and the trend channel is pointing towards the bottom side of the wedge. I think all indicators indicate that this thing is going to start scooting on its way up here. What do we know about hedge funds and what do they like to do? Short and distort. That's kind of like one of their common themes. Don't be surprised if they don't try to use the earnings report to try and mask, even on good news, mask, trying to, what am I trying to say here? Words so hard. They're going to try to make it look like bad news. And even if it's not, even if they don't try to make it look like bad news, they'll try and drop price on good news. Why? Because it keeps people from coming in to want to buy. They're going to try and create less buying pressure on good news. Will they be able to prevent that? Probably not. It doesn't look like it in this situation to me. I agree, Bill. Without the rule, the market will crash easier. I agree. Yeah, it's not because of me, cutie cat. It really isn't because of me. It's you guys. Silverback, thank you, man. Bjork, all of you guys, every single one of you guys are all really, really smart. Bunch of brush beaters we are. That's what we are. That's right, Einstein. Just got to beat the devil out of it. That's my favorite part. Can I refresh borrowed shares? Yes, I can. Refreshed. Saint Monet's dad said, I am replaying this for my wife. She didn't believe when I told her how smart I was. that's that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Oh man. Everything is bigger in Texas. When I first moved to Texas, the whole saying of everything's bigger in Texas was kind of like one of those things where I was like, I'll believe it when I see it. It's true. It is totally true. Everything is bigger here in Texas. It doesn't mean that it's better. I'm going to tell you that right now. Just because it's bigger doesn't mean it's better. And that's not just me trying to be funny. You guys, I know where your brains are going. It's not me trying to be funny. Uh, you know, but it is definitely bigger for sure. Good morning, Cookie Monster. Screw the hedgies. Screw them. Oh man, Cookie Monster. I feel like hedgies took away Cookie Monster. I want to blame it on them. If they're going to take away these businesses, I'm going to blame it on them that Cookie Monster is now Veggie Monster. So upsetting. Danny, you're perfectly fine. CTB dropped large. Hold on a second here. You're talking about on AMC. It did drop a little bit. I wouldn't call that large. I mean, it went from 2.8 to 1.8. Let me move this down. Einstein's going to be a little pissed off. Anybody who's a Texan, and when I said the whole, it's just because it's bigger doesn't mean it's better. Even my wife, I can feel her cringe. You're cringing right now, aren't you? She said, she said, no, I've seen California burritos. If you're from Texas, you got to get out. You got to get out and just explore a little bit and see the rest of the world because the rest of the world is amazing. It really is. Hold on, I got a cough. It is. The rest of the world is amazing. But Texas is amazing too. It really is. Everywhere I've been, there's always something special to offer. Mm. John says I'm making an index of how many tons of oil need to buy 1 kilogram of I think you meant gold compared to stock. That would be an interesting. I would love to see that data, John. And welcome to the stream. The name looks new. Domingo, don't be offended. I like Texas. I really do. Eric says, Eric, I kid you not. They have here in Texas. They have Texas model. They have specific models to Texas. I don't know if those same models exist in other states. Like I don't know that I've ever lived in a state where you can go buy a truck and it's like I've lived in California, Oregon, Arizona. I've never seen a California model edition. Sorry, my wife just corrected me. California. I've never seen a California edition Chevy or a or Oregon edition Chevy or Arizona edition Chevy. But here in Texas, oh no, they have a Texas. They do legit have a Texas edition. So the fact that you're sitting here saying you'll laugh if you see that, just go ahead and get yourself ready to laugh. Just saying. The SPY it's an index of the S&P 500 ETFs. So it's more popularly known as the SPDR, which I sometimes you'll hear me refer to it as a spider. Um, it's basically the top 500. Is it the top or is it just the large caps? Mm, well, actually, you know what? I'm just gonna look it up because I want to give you the correct answer. Let's see. Which trades on? Okay, so the acronym is for the Standard & Poor's Depository Receipts, the former name of the ETF. It is designed to track the S&P 500 stock market index. This fund is the largest ETF in the world. Um, but I think I want to say it's the top 500. I'm gonna have to look it up and see how does a company get into the SPY? Uh, because I actually don't know. Yeah, it's large cap. It is large cap. It's comprised of 500 large cap U.S. stocks. These stocks are selected by a committee based on market size, liquidity, and industry. So it's basically a sampling of large market companies um, that are listed. Uh, on the New York Stock Exchange. Where does it say benchmarks? This says right here the S&P 500 serves as one of the main benchmarks of the U.S. equity market and indicators the financial health and stability of the economy. So a lot of the reason I think where you may be going with this is you're probably wondering like, what is the SPY? Why do we look at it in comparison to maybe AMC? When we talk about market health and whether or not we have a negative beta to the rest of the market, the SPY would probably be used. So if the SPY is going up, are we moving up? If the SPY goes down, are we moving down? Are we in line with where the SPY moves to? Because that would be that would be an indicator of the rest of the market and where our movement is in conjunction with the rest of the market. So are we negative beta or are we not? I think that's maybe where you're going with that question. Francis said something about Tony Denaro, and I forgot to thank you for reminding me on that. I'm gonna post it right now. Let me pull it up. Oop, Aruba, Jamaica. I hate it when that happens. So I'm gonna go to my channel. I'm actually having an interview with Tony Denaro tomorrow. After the show's over, we're gonna have a little bit of a show. We're gonna do an interview with Tony. On April Fool's Day. Ooh. On April Fool's Day, an interview with Tony. Ooh, I hope he's not watching right now. Maybe we can do it. Maybe we can do an April Fool's joke on him. Would that not be cool? I don't know. Like I'm asking, like what I mean is would that be really bad to do like an April Fool's joke on April Fool's to Tony Denaro? I think he's got a sense of humor. Let's I don't know. I'll think about what I can do. April Fool's Day tomorrow, guys. My mom's the worst. She's really like she has done some really mean things. Not mean. I shouldn't say mean. She's done some really bad April Fool's jokes in the past. Thank you, Silverback, for the question. Salit is correcting me and calling it the Lone Star Edition, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Get it right. It's this Lone Star Edition. Steven. I like your comment there, Steven. Typically speaking, Ross, we normally see price move up after they've tripped SSR very slowly. I'm expecting a little bit of a downturn this time, though. Yeah, John, hit me up on Twitter and when you're done calculating that, I'd like to see what your trend looks like over time. Headstock, I just want to say that it's not going to be a collaboration. I do interviews of people so that you guys can see. There's a lot of times that we just don't have an opportunity to talk about ourselves or have people get to know us. And so it's kind of like an opportunity for you guys to get to see and know what Tony Denaro is all about, how he feels about certain situations, how he's. I've already submitted all my questions. It doesn't mean that you guys can't ask questions. But yeah, I'm going to give him an opportunity to talk about himself. It's a moment for him to shine, for him to have his moment in history and being recorded down as to who he is and what he stands for in this entire movement. And I want to give him that opportunity to be able to be a part of history. Dell says, remember, he will likely ask you. He's not going to ask me questions. It's about me asking him questions. And you're right. I need to have my 5 whys down, Dell. 100%. Headstock says, not show up. Reverse room raid. Casey. He's been asking his subs what April 1st joke to do. I hadn't even thought about the fact that this is actually legit the first time that I realized that I was interviewing him on April 1st. So thank you for that. The fact that he's looking for April Fool's jokes to play tells me he has a great sense of humor, and I can't wait. I can't wait to throw a little April Fool's joke his direction. Einstein says Ford has a King Ranch package truck as well. I'm telling you guys, Texas. It was funny when I first moved here, Einstein, because I'm so close to the Longhorns. Uh, I swear to you, you could slap a burnt orange Longhorns sticker on a piece of poop and sell it for money. As long as it's got the emblem, as long as it has that Longhorns burnt orange emblem sticker on it, it's worth more money. It's definitely worth more money. I've never seen. There's only one other place that I've ever seen more fanatical. Um, no, two other places. Actually, the most fanatical is the when the Los Angeles Raiders used to be in L.A. Uh, well, or Oakland. Oakland, L.A. Wait, sorry. Why did I say L.A.? Was it L.A. Raiders? No, Oakland. The Oakland Raiders. Oakland? Why am I getting this all confused? Oakland. I can't even remember. They're in Vegas now, right? But wherever the Raiders were before, Oakland. Yeah, it was Oakland. When the Raiders were in Oakland, I've never seen more fanatical fans than the Oakland Raiders. Second to none comes the Longhorns fans, and third is um, the Oregon Ducks. I don't know why I can't think of the name of the U of O, the U of O Ducks. Actually, Ross, those are the same. S&P 500, the SPDR, and SPY are all the same thing. Eric says Tony is monotone but has a sense of humor, and I think he does have a sense of humor. Headstock's gotten him to chuckle a few times. I have one single question that I reserve that the people that I interview don't get to know in advance. So I always submit questions to the people I interview in advance so they know what I'm going to ask. But I reserve the right to have one single question that's going to be fun in nature. I like to see people smile. I really like to see people smile. And if I can get him to smile on my random question, that I will feel like mission accomplished. So if you see him smile on one of the questions, um, you'll know which one it is. You'll know if you'll know if it was one of the random questions. I remember when I interviewed Froggy, somebody commented said, "I think that's the first time I've ever seen Froggy smile." That was the question. If you remember the question, that was the question. Yeah, I thought it was the LA Raiders. And then they moved to Oakland and now they're in Vegas, right? Or something like that. Buck, that is not far from the truth. That is not far from the truth at all. Buck is, yeah, that's exactly why. I've never seen Crimson Tide, so I couldn't say on that one. Colorado, I don't know about either. Thank you, Silverback. Danny says, "Have you ever wanted to boop somebody with a mic?" Yeah. All right, guys, I got to take a break. I just lost track of time there. Let me see here. Let me set up the music. I think AMC Bigums is one hell of a smart guy, and I really would love to interview him. And I haven't even. I don't think no, I think I did reach out to him and ask him. I got no response. Did you guys see Jackson Hunter on Froggies yesterday? I didn't catch it yet. I want to. I'd like to. I'm not going to ask him. Froggy got to him first, so I'm not going to ask Jackson for an interview. He's already had his 1 minute of fame in the history books. Alrighty, guys, I will see you back 15 minutes before market opens. Man, that's pretty cool, Hayden. School with John Madden's kids, Mike and Joey. That's pretty cool. Alrighty, I'll see you guys in 30 minutes. Alrighty, I'm back. First thing I read was Brian saying, "Good morning, new one percenters." Good morning. Good morning to you, Mr. One Percenter. I got to put. Monty sent me a message on regarding his price prediction. He said 23.32 to 26.32. I'm gonna go just based off of what I know about synthetic price failures and where they like to go to. I'm gonna go with Eric actually just put in. He's got his price prediction too. I'm gonna go with 22 to 25. Eric's got 25 to 28. One of us has got to get one of these days right here. It's getting really pathetic. Let's see. Did Keto's had to have put in a price prediction by now? Let's see. Monty's got his in there. I see it. I'm scrolling back here in the conversation to see. Keto's probably listening for a shout out on price prediction points so he can pick something that's outside the range so that he can pick up a point. So somebody can pick up a point by the end of the day. I'm not. That's not even cheating in my book. I mean, you pick what you pick. I don't see Keto's price prediction for the day today. Has anybody seen Keto on at all today? Let me see. I wish there was a way I could search the. I'm sure I could just copy and paste onto like an Excel and then just search it, but I don't know if I've even seen Keto on yet this morning. I'm trying to think back, and I don't. My memory is just terrible. Yeah, I don't even see Keto having said anything this morning, so I might have to have somebody fill in for him. Hopefully he's okay. I mean, if I'm right in my price prediction 2 weeks, bro, then the answer to that would be yes. But I don't know that to be the case. We'll see. We'll have to take it as I don't know for a fact. I really just don't know. Typically speaking, though, like our 2446 is a 28.8% downwards price movement. And let me look back in the past history here. See if we've had any turnaround points at 28%. I mean, it's a very odd number. I just don't recall. There was once where we had a 29.6 turnaround point, which is kind of unusual. But that was right after the big squeeze in May, June. The time frame on that was from 7.6 to 7.7, where we had a 29.6% drop in price. I'm looking to see if there was a 30% turnaround point once. 28.8 is kind of a unprecedented number. I can't speak. I don't see anything really close to that. I mean, we've had a 30% one time, but I don't see anything that really suggests. So I think there's further down pressure here that's possible. Hold Hold on a second. I got to go back and collect some data real quick here. Let's see, 34, 33. What day did we hit that on? Right here. Oh no, I just moved my Fibonacci's. Those are done. Gone. 34. Okay, so that was 329. So that was the same day. So 329. All right, I collected my data. I didn't have dates logged in for the synthetic price failure. I just wanted to fill those in real quickly. Uh, as soon as market opens and gets kind of going for a little bit, I'll try and look for some Fibonacci retracements after the show starts. Holy moly. Okay. Goodbye. That's very unusual. I wonder if that's the yeah, I reported it too. I wonder if that's the what's the word I'm looking for? The April Fool's joke. Good morning, Pantheon. Pantheon showed up with the adult dating site. What kind of people are you hanging out with, Pantheon? Come on, man. Jeez. I mean, I know they say coke and hookers, but geez, it's a little early to be celebrating, don't you think? Doug's going for 24 to 27, just for fun. Good morning, Gary. Good morning, Maggie. Doug, you might have to fill in for Keto. I think you're the first price prediction besides. I don't see anybody else's numbers in here yet. Monty's saying that Hycroft Mining Company CEO Diane Garrett will appear on Benzinga Live YouTube show for an exclusive interview at 11:45 a.m. Eastern Time Thursday. So that's today. So 10:45 my time. I'm not going to snipe stream that because I might get in trouble for that one. Thank you, Salty. Appreciate that. I have my requirement set up for people to have to be subscribed for at least 5 minutes before they can put in comments. So it's very unusual. We don't get those adult dating site crap very often. It almost makes me feel like somebody's just trying to do an April Fool's joke too early. It's not April Fool's yet. Good morning, Nikki. Oh, Keto, good morning. I was just asking about you. I was wondering if you would. I didn't see you in the chat yet, and I was wondering if you were going to come in for a price prediction. What you got for us, buddy? You're the last one. We got. I'll just let you know where we got everybody at here. We got 22 to 25 for me. Eric's got 25 to 28, and Monty's got 23.32 to 26.32. So what you thinking? Eric says, "Yay, been subscribed for 6 minutes." Well, welcome, Eric. Welcome in. Actually, I think the correct way to say it is welcome in or something like that. I don't know. I'm terrible at those accents. 2378. Ooh, he's coming in with some weird numbers. 2378. This is just for gun. This is just for fun, guys. It's not anything serious. It's not meant to be a means of trying to give you financial advice or anything like that. This is just four apes having a good time trying to predict what price is going to be for the day to stay sharp on our price. So we are really, really close to market open here, guys. So I'm going to start up the intro for the day today. Yeah, we had two Stevens yesterday. Now we got two Erics. Y'all gonna have to fight. You're gonna have to fight for the position of Eric. Eric 1 and Eric 2. All right, guys. I'll see you on the other side of market open, and let's have a good day today. No, let's have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
stuck in me, falling for you. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free. Flying away on a wing and a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free. Flying away on a wing and a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw the hedgies! Very similar opening this morning, guys. I want to look at these percentages here and start tracking these. This is very, very similar to what we saw when the circuit breaker tripped the other morning. Very, very similar movements in price here. If we add up these percentages as it's going up here, we've got 1, 2, 3.5, 4, 5%, and now almost 6% here. So in the first, let's see, 3, 4, 5. In the last 5 minutes, we're still under 10. So we're not moving nearly fast enough to trip a circuit breaker here at this point. I don't see any circuit breaker situation happening. I really do want to get an indicator built though on TradingView that will help with identify circuit breakers before they happen, to just try and take away a little bit of that mystery or that FUD that I think is kind of built into our minds as to circuit breakers and what they mean and how they affect price. They're all FUD. Circuit breakers do not hurt our movement. I mean, they may kill momentum, but it's not the end of the world. I think we've been conditioned to thinking that circuit breakers are the end of upwards movement in price, and I want you guys to feel the opposite about that. Lucky Penny number 7. I love that name, by the way. Lucky Penny number 7. Casey Nice song. I love that show 100%. I did too, man. When I was growing up as a kid, I love The Greatest American Hero. It had that sense of, just the average person being able to be a hero without really being a hero. You could never stick those landings, and it was just, I don't know, there's something comical about seeing a guy just constantly falling over. Every time he goes for a landing, here comes a superhero, crash. Oh, he's not so super. It gives a human, kind of a human touch to being a hero. Pantheon said I might have convinced some apes to come over here. Well, I think Pantheon, I actually had some people asking questions this morning about NSCC 2021 010, and I actually directed people to your channel. I said that if there's probably an expert who could speak on it, there's 2 people I can think of, and you're one of them. So hopefully there's people going back your direction. And I hope that you're talking about that. Oh, look at that. Sure enough, I'm reading it here. Maggie, you were listening to Lou, weren't you? The transparency proposed rules are still in comment stage. It was NSCC 2021-010 that was punted, not transparency. Yeah. I'm sure Pantheon's all over that, guys. I'm sure he's all over it. I'm just going to straight up tell you guys, with ADD, it makes it really difficult. When you guys ask me to do reading, it's really, really difficult for me to go through some of the reading. It's kryptonite. Reading is my kryptonite. I am I am the Donald Trump of I'm a numbers person. I see patterns in numbers. I reading is not my thing. It's just not my thing. I do it, but only because I have to. Even my kids know. Even my kids know that that's the case. So a lot of times I have to reference what other people do for write-ups on some of these um, proposed rules that are being submitted. Screwing the hedges is priceless. I'm glad you like it, Brian. William Catt was also Paul Drake on Perry Mason. I did not know that. Yes, that's correct, Bill. What Bill said there, the transparency rule is still in play. They actually voted on that one a while ago, I thought. I thought they voted on the transparency rule. The pawn shop one is out, not the transparency. I like the way that you say that, Doug. The pawn shop one. That's funny. Akira. So, all right, guys, be gentle on me here. Be gentle. I want you to think about the future. I want you to think about there being possibilities that somebody may want to buy out AMC. If that happens, I want you to think about your five whys and why you're here. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not saying that at all. I want you to think about it as a possibility. If somebody were to buy out or make an offer, we would ultimately would have to decide whether that's something we would want to approve or not. So I just want you to think about it. I don't want you to create any kind of fear, uncertainty, or doubt because of that. I just want you to be prepared for possibilities. There may be companies who are eyeing AMC as a possible acquisition. If that's the case, we need to think about it. If it doesn't happen, if nothing shows up or even comes onto our doorstep about it, then so we thought about it. Not a big deal. It was just a brain exercise. But I do want you to start thinking about it. But that's what's up with the tweet that I had from last night. Um, it seemed to me like a possibility that Adam Aaron's tweet with the book. What was the name of the book? Hold on a second. I don't remember the name of the book. Hold on one second. Adam Aaron's tweet about AMC's. He talks about AMC's basis in 46.8 million shares and warrants of Hycroft. And then he goes on to talk about how, but right now I'm in the kitchen preparing for some aromatic crow soup, crow stew, and crow pie. And then he lists an actual book, Eating Crow and Loving It Recipes for Judgmentally Challenged. If you search how to buy that book, Eating Crow and Loving It, guess who's listed as the #1 place to be able to buy this book from? Amazon. Amazon is the #1 place to where you can buy this book. It's got a rating of 5 with 1 review. This book was an inspiration and changes the way you look at life. Everyone should buy a copy and hear what this great man has to say. That was tweeted, or not tweeted, that rating was given back in 2011 of October. One person rated that book. but it's interesting. And so, when I saw this, because I was really I was struggling really hard with the riddle that I felt that was being sent to us in that tweet, and I really genuinely felt like it wasn't anything specifically about the picture that stood out in my mind. It was, and it's just eating crow and loving it is just really a reference to some things that he said, let them eat crow in the past. But then I saw an article that just got posted yesterday that said, AMC and Amazon in talks again about a possible acquisition. It's probably just an article. It's probably just an article and a bunch of nothing. But I want us to start thinking about it. If it does become a possibility, I'd rather think about it now than waiting until later to talk about it. Because if we're talking about it now, we're at least prepared instead of having bricks hitting us in the face. Instead of looking one direction, turning our face, and having bricks hit us right in the face. I'd rather be looking at those bricks and be able to dodge them before they hit us right smack dab in the face. So just think about it. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's a thing, but think about it. Know your 5 whys. Why did you come here? Why did you buy AMC in the first place? What does that mean to you? Real Rugged says, who the heck figured that out? That was me. I don't know. Anthony, the first one I get is Amazon for buying. Like if you wanted to buy that book. Yes, absolutely, Akira. Hold on a second. I don't know why I didn't do this first. Come back here. I should have thrown this on first. I should have thrown on the tinfoil hat first before I said any of this, just to signal to you guys, tinfoil hat on. Absolutely. Absolutely tinfoil hat. 100% agree. Dr. Zeno says there's been FUD going around about Amazon eyeballing AMC as an acquisition since a year ago or more. That is 100% correct. Totally tinfoil hat. Just something to think about. I'm gonna wear this tinfoil hat for a little bit here because I feel like I'm being admonished. It's like, how dare you say that? How dare you say Amazon? I'm just gonna wear the tinfoil hat just to make sure you guys know. Tinfoil hat theory. Yes, Dan. And here's the amazing part, Dan. Do you remember when that rumor came out? Hopefully Dan remembers. Dan says that rumor was used last year as well. It was. It completely was. And so while I'm having you think about that rumor, when specifically did that rumor come out, Dan? Because it was really interesting because it came out like right before we started running up. The Tin Conquistador. I know. It's true. It's true. I wish I could speak Spanish. I would probably have an excellent Spanish voice. Yeah, somebody else said I should paint it gold, but Donkey Kong, or maybe it was you. You know what, guys? Like, look, just think about it. I'm gonna sit here and wear the tinfoil hat of shame. I'm gonna wear the tinfoil hat of shame, and you guys can mock me all you want to. Um, this is not a 100% thing that's going to happen. I just want you to think about it, right? Exercise your brain a little bit. Try to think outside the box. Expand your horizons on just watching the price. I am not telling you this is going to happen. I'm just saying think about an acquisition of AMC. What would it look like? What would be some of the things that you would have to consider? Don't let surprises hit you, you know? Like, just think about it. It's just a topic. Dan says June's run up. That's exactly right. This was mentioned just before June's run up last year. Yeah, I'm not worried either. I'm not worried at all, Pantheon. I'm not worried. All you guys need to know, I'm not worried. I like thinking about these kind of things. I like thinking in advance. I like trying to chess moves, right? How many moves in advance do you think? Do you think just to the next move, or do you think 2 or 3 moves ahead? I can tell you right now, after playing Salty Dog several chess games, I don't think far enough ahead. Salty Dog is way further out than I am on thinking it moves ahead. He's beat me, I think 3 or 4 games now in a row in chess. He's kicking my butt. But I'm waiting to have a chess match with him where it's a timed game versus a think all you want game. Where's my Al Borland vest? It's around. I think it's on the chair behind me. I swear I'm gonna get like a microphone and boop myself in the face for you guys because I'm mentioning what I said. Um, Doctor, it depends on what you mean by killing it. It wouldn't. The news in itself alone would not kill the squeeze. The actual acquisition of the company would mean that you would end up getting some kind of valuation for your shares. Just hypothetically speaking. So you would not see a squeeze. You would just see a value that would be proposed in a acquisition. It doesn't matter who would acquire AMC, but if they were to acquire AMC, then it would just be a valuation that they would say that each shareholder gets X amount of dollars, and then you would just that would be what you would get. You would get that or nothing. Meaning, or not nothing. You would get that, or you would vote no and say no. We're going to just keep going down the path we're going down. Einstein saying yield inversion imminent and inflation data tomorrow. Markets are going to react poorly. And you can see it in the VIX already. It's almost up 5%. Cookie Monster says exactly before our run up. I want to touch on that real quickly here too, because that may be all this is, right? This whole media thing of throwing out like the whole Amazon thing may be media giving a reason why the meme stock is rising. It's a cycle. Then they'll try to divide us with political BS, left versus right, etc. I'm shaking my head no, but I completely agree with what Cookie Monster is saying. Completely. Yeah, that's the other thing too, Bill. I started crunching numbers last night, right? Uh, I started crunching numbers last night, and I was trying to figure out, like, if they were to offer like X amount of dollars, and you believe that there's X amount of shares, how much would they have to pay for the company? And I came up with several different hypotheses, and none of them, not a single one of them, Bill, was anything that I think I would accept. Not, no, there's none of them that I would accept. I can tell you that right now, just based off the numbers that I crunched right now, Bill. I can just tell you, I wouldn't accept a single one of those offers because if you crunch the numbers and you look at it based off of how many shares in existence that you think there are, they couldn't offer enough money because it would cost them too much. So it kind of takes it off the table for me altogether. That's just my opinion. Yes, you're 100% right, Dr. Zeno. You're 100% right. When you start crunching the numbers, there's just no way. There's no way that they could afford us. That's my opinion. There's no way they could afford us. Yeah, that's cool, Anthony. I mean, it doesn't matter. It gets you thinking outside the box. Throw your tinfoil hat on, start thinking outside the box. I'm not telling you guys that this is definites or anything like that. I just want you to think. I don't want you to think beyond just what you're seeing right now, right? I want you to think about the future. Every time I tell you guys, I ask you what your 5 whys are, or I ask you to list down like the 5 things that you want to buy after this is over. I'm getting you to think about the future. This is not about just being in the moment. You have to think about what's going to come in the future. And if you don't think about it, then you're not going to be prepared. And to not prepare for the future sets you up for failure. To not plan in advance, to not have battle plans ready to go for what may happen or may not happen would set you up for failure. So, again, tinfoil hats on here. Anthony, the media did throw it out. I didn't throw it out. The media threw it out. There was an article. That's what got me thinking about it in the first place. It only matters what the majority accepts. That's correct, Gus. Hanzo says it's a recycled story. I've read that as well. Yeah, I read that as well. But I still want you to think about it, though. I'm not saying that it's true at all. We're getting really, really close to synthetic price failure at $23.11. Is that right? Let me just make sure that's right. Yep, 23.11. We got about 4 minutes here before I check the numbers. Mike, I think that they have to close. Brokers would have to close those positions. So they would have to buy shares at market, and it would cause price to drive up because they would be forced to go buy those shares to close those positions because those synthetics have to be closed if there was an acquisition. Again, thinking outside the box, that would be a good thing. Trent, we have had back to back. I can give you that data. Hold on 1 second. I think. Give me 1 second here. Nope, that's not it. The last time that we had back to back, we actually had 3 in a row. We tripped on December 10th, December 13th, and December 14th. So obviously there was a weekend in between there. So a Friday, a Monday, and a Tuesday. We actually had a triple trip of the SSR rule on the 10th of December, the 13th of December and the 14th of December. Have I worn the cone of shame long enough? I feel like I've worn this cone of shame now. Like it's like, oh man, guys, you don't know how painful it was. I knew as soon as I started talking about this, y'all were gonna like administer, like just like beat me down on this one and be like, ah, you suck, Casey. Let's take the tinfoil hat off and let's talk about some news that's factual. Let's talk about some news that's factual real quick because I got 1 minute left before I have to go over the numbers. Today is the last day to get your I own AMC NFT. You know that cool little nifty free NFT that was issued to us a while back for owning shares of AMC. Today is the last day. I have not claimed mine. I was waiting. I was waiting for somebody to say, "Hey, I have not claimed my AMC NFT, and I want to. How do I do it?" And I've never I've never once had somebody ask me how to do it. You guys aren't ready for it. You guys, I can tell you're not ready for thinking outside the box. That's fine. We don't have to talk about it anymore. It's okay. If it challenges you too much to think that far in advance, then just don't do it. We'll avoid the topic, and because I can tell you guys are just really against thinking outside the box, which is fine. And yes, it would kill the squeeze, but I want you to think about that. I want you to think about that. An acquisition of the company would kill the squeeze in the terms of as how we know it. And so I want you to think about that. How would you vote for something like that? Would you vote to kill the squeeze or would you vote against it? You know, and that's what I want you to think about. That's it. If you're not ready to think in terms of the future, then fine. Don't think about it. Let's just live in the moment. But I do want you guys to, I challenge you to think about the future and be prepared for the future. You don't know what's going to happen. None of us do. Monty's trying to tell me to move on. Okay, we're moving on. No more mentioning of it. It's done. I'm done. Just trying to get you guys to think. Own the cone of shame. Okay, I'm owning it, stock. I owned it. The cone of shame. I won't talk about it again. Let's see here. Moving on. Let's take a look at our numbers. I'm just trying to read through some of your guys' stuff before I move on. All right, let's take a look at. Somebody said, "What about the hard to borrow talk?" So there was two different. I believe there was at least two different brokers that were saying that it was that the shares were hard to borrow on AMC, and we haven't seen that since last year of June as well. So that's another indicator that we've seen that's something we haven't seen in a while. Thank you for mentioning that, Pro. I would hope that's the case, Paul. I would hope that's the case. All right, let's take a look at these numbers here. I'm going to update Fidelity. Dr. Zeno is not coming in here with his Casey Shaw mug comes the latest and greatest Casey Shaw mug comes with a tinfoil hat for when you're acting like a dumbass. That would have been funny. That would have been funny. All right, taking a look at the numbers here, guys. Price predictions. Oh man, 3 missed days in a row by 4 people. 4 people who normally get, at least one of us normally gets price predictions right, and we have just been completely off. So, hopefully we've made some changes to try and dial that in a little bit better. I'm saying 22 to 25 today. Eric's saying 25 to 28. That alone right there is a huge spread. So I have a feeling somebody's going to get the price prediction right today. I just don't know who. Keto is saying 23.78 to 26.78, and Monty saying 23.32 to 26.32. Monty had his price prediction first. I was second. Eric was third, and Keto was last. Just in case anybody's wondering. Short exempt volume, day over day. True Demons MOASS trigger indicators was that down? It was slightly up. It was slightly up from the previous day, up to 513.8 thousand shares. SSR did trigger a little late in the day yesterday for that to really be a large number. I think today we'll probably see a much larger number than we saw yesterday since SSR has tripped for the full day. Utilization day over day, 100%. Again, we are now on day 37. 37 straight days of utilization being 100%. Day over day price increase, we had a decrease yesterday of 12.77%. We did trigger a synthetic price failure. The next turnaround points that I'm seeing will be on the page when we go back over to it. It's going to be the 34%, 35%, and 40% marks, or potentially SSR trip, which is 2311. So the four turnaround points that I see is 2311, 2282, 2233, or 2060. Those would be the 4 ideal turnaround points that I'm seeing. The bottom one, 2060, is 40% down from our previous high of $34.33. Taking a look at off exchange. So far this morning, I would expect to see about 43% in the off exchange and the CBOE EDGX around 10 or 11%. Let's see where we're at. So a little high on the off exchange by about 3%. It's at 46.58, and the EDGX is at 11.52, which is again a little bit high. Those are high numbers for where we should be at this time of the morning. Taking a look at Ortex. So far, shares borrowed for the day-to-day, according to Ortex, is 395,000 shares. That's actually going to raise the estimated current short share interest to 20.4 from where it started this morning, which was a little bit down from where it was. We saw a return of quite a few shares on loan, which I'll show you here in a minute on Ortex. But cost to borrow, more importantly, is down today. There's a lot of additional shares that are available to borrow this morning. Which tells me that more shares have been hitting the market like I've been suggesting they have over the last couple days. We've been seeing a buy to sell ratio that's less than 50-50. Anytime that happens, it means shares are going back into the marketplace, which means more shares are going to be able to be returned, hence more shares available to loan. Even though utilization says 100%, that's the kitchen sink that's out there that's being held on to somebody waiting for this thing to start running so they can throw it when it does run. So cost to borrow is down to 1.74. Moving to the top right-hand side of the page, institutional share ownership, 187.5. Refreshing. Let's see what we got now. Same number, 187.5. Max pain for the day today is $23. It started out at 18 at the beginning of the week, went up to 21.50, 23 on Wednesday, and 23 today. So we've got 2 days in a row of 23 for the max pain. And let's see here. Options. We're at 2360 right now, which means we're really close to getting to that max pain number. We're really close to tripping SSR as well. Okay. Highest amount of volume in options so far. This is a $25 strike price, which is down from 30 yesterday for the calls. Volume is currently at 11.2 thousand contracts. On the puts, down from 25 from yesterday, we're at 24 with the largest amount of volume, with 12.4 thousand contracts. So the market's kind of throwing some numbers that look like we may close somewhere between 24 and 25. We'll see how it works out, but that does put, with us at 23.69 right now, that does put those puts in the money for the volume that's there. There is slightly more volume in the put side than there is the call side as well. And let me move a few screens here, and I'll take you guys over to Ortex, and we'll take a deeper dive into that. I'm gonna have to have you guys find your zen. After I hit you with that, you guys are just like, screw you, Casey. Screw you. I told you guys a long time ago that at some point you're gonna hate me. You're gonna hate me at some point. It's just how it works. Well, hopefully you know what I stand for, and you don't judge me on the content, you judge me on my person. Because man, that was rough. I took a beating. That really wasn't that rough. I've had worse. Utilization 100%. 100% utilization for 37 straight days. Yeah, 37 straight days of utilization. That's what it looks like. On loan amount, big drop there. So we went from 137.2 million shares on loan down to 132.6, which is nearly 5 million shares in loan difference that it dropped by. Here's the interesting thing. If on loan amount drops and then your on loan average age per day goes sideways, then that means older loans came off the books, because I would expect that if it was newer loans, then this number should shoot up higher. If it's older loans that came off the books, then the number is going to go flat. So some of the really old loans are coming off the books, is what this means. Why would that happen? They either expired or you're getting them off the books because they're preparing for this thing to start to run. Those would be the two scenarios that I can think of as to why that would happen. Ortex estimated short share interest, the free flow also coming down. We typically do see these kind of reactions happen. Short interest dropping a little bit. Do we have exchange reported short interest? We should get exchange reported short interest. Yep, I think we have a new data point here. We have a new data point in exchange reported short interest over the last the first 15 days of this month, and it went up from 101.3 to 104.5. So there's some more short interest in there for sure. Yeah, that's good. You want to see that short interest rising as price is rising. All that data looks very good to me. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC in third with highest amount of volume in orders. According to Fidelity, we have a 57% buy to 43% sell ratio. Let's see here. We also have GME running in sixth. Wait, is that right? Yeah, no, seventh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, they're in seventh position. with 52% buys to 48% sales. Oops, 1 second. SSR trips at 2311. SSR is on from yesterday's tripping. Why are you tripping, fool? Just kidding. Looks like they've borrowed another 100,000 out of available amount of shares, and let's see, mainly just additions to this and the ETFs. Yeah, just additions to the ETFs. More available shares have been found and or located, and now we're at an extra 100,000 shares being borrowed, which puts us at 3.2 million shares being borrowed for the day-to-day compared to the 3.7 on Wednesday. Fee is at 1.6. 51.7 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 216,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls. 136,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts. Look at the last 3 days in exempt volume. You have 966,000 down to 510 and 513. I'm expecting to see a big number today. The Nasdaq is down 0.35. Dow Jones is down 0.53. S&P 500 is down 0.33. The market is currently advancing over declining just barely, with 3,785 advancers to 3,780 decliners. It's almost like it's a wash. The VIX is up 5.64. IWM is up 0.23. Tesla is down 0.12. Amazon is down 0.47. Cinemark is down 0.23. Doge down 1.17. Bitcoin is down 1.12. GME is down 0.77, and our gold mine is up 9.62. I mean, what a great counterbalance this is to the market going down. Hood is down 5.22, and AMC is down 6.27. We almost triggered SSR again. We hit 23.26. It's really close. 15 cents away from hitting. We currently have more inflow than outflow by $30 million. Let's see what kind of pace we're on for the day in shares being traded. $218.9 million is the pace that we're on for the day today. I suggested at the beginning of the market, or at 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, I suggested it would be somewhere between 90 to 110 million shares traded for the day today. On the weekly interval, we have what appears to be almost an imminent crossover of the selling pressure and buying pressure. This is pretty huge. The reason I say that is if you go back and you scroll back in time and you look at it, whenever it has crossed in the past, we've had major run-ups. So you've had a run-up here, especially when you've had periods of time where there's so much gap between the two, between the buying and selling pressure. The first point at where that crosses over is right here. That was back in January. As time moved forward, you can see it tried to cross back over here and then had a major drop down here as well in June. Runs back up, crosses over twice, and is attempting to cross over another big third time. This is probably one of the bigger separations we've seen in buying and selling pressure. Maybe not quite as big as this one, but almost. But it is showing more buying pressure than selling pressure on the weekly with an RSI of 49.78, 49.99, which is just about average. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.60. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 27.81, which is heavily oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.76, also oversold. And on the 5-minute, we have More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.06. It does appear that we have some AMC news. The correlation between Bitcoin and Wall Street Bet's favorite stock has reached a level that has not been seen since 2020. Bitcoin is at 46,000, 46.5 thousand. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. No, Brian, you didn't miss the Ichimoto. Let me pull that out. Pantheon, thank you for coming in. Even though maybe I lost a little respect today. It may be the case, One Love. I mean, after all of the, if there may have been, let me just put it this way: with the amount of options that we had going into the money last week, there could be a need for a lot of shares. And if there's low liquidity and like somebody had mentioned earlier, showing as hard to borrow right now, even though we're seeing shares available to borrow, then potentially they need a lot of liquidity. And so that may be the part of the reason why. And Real Rugged, I say go for it too. I'm totally supportive of it. Let me know if you decide to start a channel, let me know. I will totally support it. Magic Ape says, Casey, how can you have 30 million greater inflow than outflow and the price dropped 9%? Ladder attacks. I mean, it's the same thing. If you watch the order books, it's the same way that they push down the price all the time. It doesn't matter what the outflow or the inflow is. We've always seen it. One of the ways that they usually hide price discovery is through off exchange. If they just ladder attack the price down in the order book, that's probably one of the best ways or easiest ways to knock price down. And what do they call it? I'm trying to remember what crash. It's a crash. They're crashing the stock price through the order books. What does it mean to trigger twice? It doesn't really mean anything specific. I guess uh, I just want you guys to think. I want you guys to think more than anything. Doctor, because doctor is asking me, you guys are going to crucify me over this. I just know it. This is so rough. Um, I don't know. I like to think. I'm a thinker. I'm always trying to think a couple steps ahead. Maybe I'm thinking outside the box too far, and you don't appreciate that. But I like to think about possibilities, and how I would deal with those possibilities. I'm sorry if it offended you. Yeah, don't listen to David DI. Who said that? Real rugged. Don't listen to David. Start your own show if you want to. No, I wouldn't look at it that way, Cookie Monster. It just means it's to me what it means is that they're in a serious need of liquidity. Yeah, I understand truth is the most important thing, Doctor. I get that. I appreciate that, Anthony. I feel like you're the only person that said keep being you. If there's anything that I've told you guys in the past, I had somebody just the other day who was worried about being, being themselves. Or they weren't worried about being themselves, but they were afraid that they did something wrong because they did something that they felt they needed to do. And I was like, "No, you just keep being you. You do you, and it's okay. It's all right to be you." So I appreciate what you have to say there, Anthony, because um, you know, I'm glad that you tell me that it's okay for me to think. It does actually make me feel better because it is tough to get on a show here and talk to you guys about things that can be potentially construed as uh, FUD topics. It's tough, man. You don't understand. Like I knew I was going to come into this morning getting hate thrown at me. Oh yeah, yeah. Ichimoto. Sorry. Whoever wanted to see the Ichimoto, I apologize. Let's throw that up here. Um, 1 second. Okay, so this is actually not a bad looking chart. I know it looks bad, but let me show you what's going to happen here. So you have a crossover. Anytime you have like these crossovers like this right here, where you have a green cloud. Green cloud is usually a sign that there's going to be a reversal into a red cloud. Red clouds is where you pass up going through the red cloud, right? So, for example, like right here, we were in a red cloud back right here. We passed upwards through the red cloud. Here's the green cloud. You got to pass through the green cloud or through the thin parts of the green cloud. It's a little bit thicker where we pass through it, but it usually tends to find weaker points in the cloud to pass through. So we may actually see the reversal on price trend, perhaps maybe 2 days from now. So Monday. But as far as this goes, you have a conversion line that's lower than the baseline, and you have a lagging line that's underneath the price line. All these indicators look like a selling trigger or a selling. Um, well, it was a selling trigger point way back here. When it started crossing the conversion line, it was a definite sell when either the lagging line touched the price line or the price moved into the baseline. So you're seeing a little bit of downwards pressure from either institutions, a little bit of retail, which is more than likely day traders slash swing traders that have caused the price to kind of drop or have a correction from where it went up to, which is normal. It's completely normal. We were at 34.33. We had a little bit of a correction from the big push up. It's not a bad thing. It's actually very, very healthy. It gets RSI down, especially with a rapid drop like this. It gets that RSI down and gives us the ability to be able to run up some more without running all the way back down to where we came from. So this looks really good. I know it looks bad, but knowing how these charts move and what they move into, it's going to have a good effect. It's going to have a nice little swing. On the 4 hour, we still haven't moved down underneath the cloud here, and we may not. We may actually see price come down, and let me see how low the cloud is. We may actually see it touch down we may see it touch down and then bounce off the cloud and actually start heading back up on the 4 hour. Because if we really indeed are 2 days out from a price reversal in the trend, we may actually see this bounce off the cloud here and continue to head up at around like 23 or $24. The lagging line still hasn't reached the price line. Excuse me. But price has definitely dropped below base and conversion lines. Einstein wants to see. Pantheon says you're 100% legit. No FUD came from you. I like being pushed out to think outside the box. Don't change a thing. I appreciate it, man. It is tough, man. It is. I'm sure you know what it's like, Pantheon. More than anything, I'm sure you know what it's like. Einstein says he wants to see bros. Yeah, absolutely. If there's ever any stock you guys want to see data on, I don't have any problems with showing data. I just don't like shout outs. I don't like it when people come onto this channel that's an AMC channel and say like, you need to go buy this. Nah, that's BS, man. This is AMC. What was it? BROS. They have estimated current short share interest. The free float is at 25.71. Cost to borrow is 27.69. Shares on loan is 7.98. I don't know how many shares are in existence, but it does say utilization's at 100%. Let's take a look at some of the key indicators for this. Utilization been up there for quite a while since Wow, wouldn't you know it, February 8th. Security lending volume also spiking right about that time as well. It actually spiked on February 7th and then made 100% right afterwards. A little bit of a dip right here in utilization. Failures to deliver, mediocre. I mean, it's kind of in a downwards trend, but since price is moving up, you may see it starting to turn back the other direction. Here's your on loan amount. One of the best indicators that I love is on loan average age per day, taking a massive dip. Look at the size of the dip on this thing. 53.03 all the way down to 20. Is that right? That's not right. 53.03 all the way down to 28.57. That's crazy. Okay, so there's one other thing I would look at when I'm looking at something like this. When I see numbers like this, there's actually two other things I'm going to look at real quickly. Here's your short share interest over time. It's having a dip. So let's look at two more quick indicators here. One second. Two more things I got to see. Good morning, WM. Okay, so their average 3-month volume is 2.14. Remember that it was 7 million shares on loan. 7 million shares. This is going to be an easy calculation. 7 divided. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 2.14 divided by 28.66. 7.4% of their total floats traded on a daily basis. That's pretty high. It's pretty high. So there's one last thing I'm going to check, and that is who owns this. That is one of the most important questions you can ask yourself when you're looking to make a position on a play, is who owns it? Why? Why do you want to know who owns it? What? Why does this not show up on Fintel? What is this? Why can't I find this on Fintel? All right, let me take you back to AMC because I'm trying to figure something out with this one. I'm sure you probably are putting something in the comment box, and I'm reading for myself what's going on here, but I can't find a. It's got a QSIP number. It says it's a common stock, but I can't seem to find any kind of Fintel data for the company, which is really kind of odd. Let me just try standard. Institutional ownership. There we go. All right, so just a regular lookup. For some reason, I couldn't pull it on Fintel, which I don't understand why that's the case. I've never really had that problem before. But if you look it up, though, it says institutional ownership is 238.77%. 35 institutions own it, and I have no idea why I couldn't just find that really simple. If I just searched it through Google, it's finding it now. I'm not having any problem finding it for some reason searching it through Google, but for some reason when I went straight to Fintel to look it up, it gave me a big FU. The percentage that was showing on NASDAQ is a little bit different than what Fintel's reporting. Fintel's actually reporting 174.97% owned by institutions, which tells you a lot. The number one institution holder is Bursma Travis, followed by FMR LLC, followed by Ricky Joth, followed by Vanguard. So I'm not sure what's going on here, but it's definitely heavily owned by institutions, and that makes it a very, very dangerous situation. Because that means what that means to me is that you're now dealing with, if you were to decide to take a play on something like this, that means that you're going to be it's going to be it's going to be you against institutions. So that's something you want to be very, very careful about anytime you get involved with something like that, because institutions they have more of an advantage to beat you to um, selling. All right, I'm reading what you guys are saying again now. It's a little toxic, Twitter, isn't it, Pantheon? It's definitely toxic on there. I have to say, like, there was a period of time where I got a little bit, I don't know what the word is. I got salty. I spent a little time on Twitter and I found I was spending too much time on there and I got salty real quick. Einstein, you're welcome. Rambo 3, uh, that's cool. I think Pantheon's a shit, man. He's a good guy. Doug, I don't normally give thoughts on stocks. I mean, I'll look at the data for you. AEI. I like just went through like I went through a rundown on a stock there. Um, so pulling up. Why did it pull up? There we go. So if you first off, how heavily shorted is it? Their 3-month volume is 6.62, right? So let's take 6.62 divided by their total free float, which is 64.08. 10.3, so they're very heavily shorted. So if a stock is very, very heavily shorted and volume is really high and the price is tanking, um, you can make your own conclusions from that, right? Draw your own conclusions. Volume super high, price tanking, um, heavily shorted. Those should all be very key indicators for you. Who owns it should be a good indicator for you as to whether it's something you should be involved in or not. Um, if they're not on your side, then they're not on your side. AEI, let's see what it has to say here. Institutional ownership by AE. Oh, did I look up the right one? Hold on a second. I didn't. I almost clicked on the wrong one. What the heck? Why am I having such a hard time with Fintel today? Oh, here we go. Owners. Institutional owners. 17.2% of it is owned by institutions, so it's very low. Heavily shorted stock, low institutional ownership. And then I'll do one last thing and I'll pull up the Ortex data for you. Estimated current short share interest of the free floats at 3.53. Cost to borrow is at 20.45. Utilization is only 12.93, which means they've got a lot of room to short this down. A lot of room. Shares on loans only 1.31. Utilization very, very, very low. On loan amount, meh. On loan average age per day, meh. Short share interest of the free float, meh. Just saying. Yeah. Um, I'm just gonna call you Bert because that was my uncle's name, Bert. Because I don't even know. Bert Bertner Adams. I guess I can't say your name. Bertner Adams said, "Can't do Twitter. I second that. KC too toxic." Yeah, I got salty off of it, and I had to I stepped away for a little while, and I was kind of like, yeah, I just need to walk away for a bit, and then I went back to it. I think once you build up that wall that you need to have in order to be on Twitter, it makes things a little bit better. Cutie cut, thank you, I appreciate it. Can I bring Pantheon? If he wants to come on screen, I can get him on Discord. Pantheon, if you want to come on, you're more than welcome to come on. I just would need to get a Discord. I'd have to do it through either Discord or Skype. It'd be up to you. No, Chris, I actually call this a show sometimes too, even though it's a stream. So maybe I'm dating myself as well. Space Ape says I've been out for about a week and it seems like your viewers are expanding. I know you don't really care. I don't. If y'all are here or not, it doesn't matter to me. I'm still recording history. You know what, guys? I totally understand how Pantheon feels. I do a 9-hour live stream every day, Monday through Friday, and when I get done, I go into space calls and I listen. And sometimes people try to invite me up to the top, and I go like, no, and I send them a DM. And I'm like, I'm really tired and I just want to listen. I just want to hear what you guys have to say. More than anything, I've had several occasions where people try to tell me like, you need to get up and talk, and I get like, guys, this is my opportunity to hear you. I hear myself talk for 9 freaking hours a day. I don't need to continue to hear myself talk. I want to hear you talk. What your voice matters just as much as my voice matters. Francis says, I'm in the UK and cannot trade after hours or pre-market. Any advice for MOASS? Not financial advice. First off, Francis, check. Well, actually, you're in Europe. You're in Europe. You have access to pre-market and after-hour trading. That's what you're forgetting. One of the key times that you're going to need to sell, I feel, this isn't just my opinion, I feel one of the key periods of time where you're going to need to sell is going to be in the after hour and pre-market trading, which is actually for you in the Europe normal hours of trading. So for you, you're actually in a very special position to where you're going to be able to make those trades not a problem. So as far as after hours goes, I wouldn't really sweat it too much. I really wouldn't. Thank you, Pompey. I appreciate that. Stephen wants knack. ABC says, Casey, you were just calling out the bullshitters on Twitter. More people should. I'm just saying, it's just a little toxic on there. You get salty from it, and you build up walls. And I don't know, I just hate walls. I hate walls. What was the one I'm going to look up here? Steven says NAK. I mean, when I tell you guys when I look up that's not what I wanted. Come on. When I look up this stuff and I'm reading things to you guys, most of it's what I'm looking up is, oh yeah, this is very low. This is not a heavily shorted stock. I can tell you that right off the bat. They've only got an average volume of 5.37 million shares traded a day, but their free float's 517.95. This is like Amazon level shorted. It's actually more than Amazon, but surprisingly, but it's only like 1%. 1% of their free float's traded on a daily basis, which means it's not, in my opinion, it's not heavily shorted. Like there's not a lot of synthetic shares that are in existence on this stock, based off the numbers that I'm seeing right here. So if we were to take a look at NAK, so I'm going to go back to AMC, NAK. Let's take a look at, come on, pull. Okay. What is going on here? What is this? Is this like some kind of, I think I may have looked up the wrong one. Let's see. Yep, I pulled up the wrong one. This doesn't have, it doesn't even have anything. I can't even look this up. What is this? There it is. It's equity. Let's try this one. Northern Dynasty Minerals. Is this a mineral? Let me just make sure this is the right one. Northern. I think I got the right one this time. Yeah, minerals. Utilization 86.28. Their short share interest of the free float is only 3.05%. So like I said, not heavily shorted. They've got, they do have high utilization, which is kind of odd. To have high utilization but such a low shorting amount is very strange. This might be heavily owned by institutions as well. That's what I would, that's what this would lead me to believe. With the shares on loan. Why is this utilization so high? What is going on here? Something's weird about this one. Why would their utilization be so high? How is that possible? Hmm. Hmm. This is a very interesting one. Just because I'm not understanding why it's doing what it's doing. Let me just check. Let me check Vintel. I just want to see that real fast. US. Northern Dynasty Minerals. Institutional ownership. I'm going to guess is high. But it's not. It's actually low. It's 17.26. What is going on there? Let me look at that one more time. Penny stock, huh? This would be one of those ones where you kind of have to go to news releases on this, and you'd probably have to see like why Did they have any kind of like did they have some kind of like release that said that they found like a some kind of specific commodity strain of minerals that they found in their mining? The Zacks analyst blog highlights gold resource, gold standard ventures. They may have found some minerals that typically are found around gold sites, which would be my guess. It's interesting, but I'm not, again, I don't like to make comments on other stocks. It's interesting to look at because there's some weird indicators going on there, and I'm not really sure why its utilization is so high. Why utilization would be so high when it's not very heavily shorted. So I mean, it's just a really weird scenario. Who shorted Tony DeNaro? Did his stream go out? Dang, Vince. Monty's actually usually kind of quiet, but I don't know what's been said so far. I haven't been reading what you guys have been saying. Shaw, I want truth, even if it's not what I want to hear. I'm not offended at all by the outside box thinking, just want to understand accurately. I appreciate you saying that, Doctor. It takes a lot of courage on my part to come on here and say things that I don't, that, it just takes a lot of courage on my part. And so it's hard to get crucified. It's hard to get crucified when you're just trying to, um, get people to think. I'm gonna give you guys my speech again though. I have full faith, and while I do this, while I give you guys my speech, I'm gonna try and pull up a Bollinger Band because I realized I don't have any, and I want to get my Bollinger Bands back up again. But by the time this is said and done, when this play is said and done, I fully believe that some of you will not want to speak to me anymore. You will hate my guts, and I know it sounds ridiculous and stupid of me to say, but money does weird things to people. It does really weird things to people, and not everybody's going to be happy when this is all said and done. Y'all are you're just not going to be happy. And it's okay. I'm already I'm already prepared for it. Like I legitimately I've already prepared myself for that when it happens. Um, we're not all going to see eye to eye on things forever in the future. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's why I try to keep telling you guys that we don't have to agree. Um, we don't ever have to agree on everything, and that's not. We're never going to just agree on everything. It's not how life works. At some point or another, you guys are going to disagree. Well, much like I disagree with Trey. When Trey had his first interview with Adam Aaron, he was against share dilution, and then all of a sudden, right after the interview, he had share dilution on the table, and he was all for it. And I was like, no, no, don't do that, Trey. It's bad. and I was pissed. I was super pissed at Trey for that. I'm not gonna lie. I was really, really angry at Trey for falling into that share dilution being a good thing, and it pissed me off. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen with me and you guys. You know, there's gonna be eventually something that I say that's gonna piss you off, and you're not gonna agree with me, and it's okay. It's absolutely okay for that to be the case. Shoot, can I go backwards on that? Dang it. Dang it. What did I just do? I think I just recolored one of my lines that I didn't want to recolor. And my hope is that you guys will my hope is that we'll still be able to be friends, you know, even if I don't agree with what it is that you think needs to happen. My biggest hope is that we can just choose to disagree on those terms and still choose to be friends through it all. Because you know, family doesn't always agree. Family and friends don't always agree with each other. And I hope that we can just know that somebody's going to have an opportunity to learn, whether it be me or you. Who knows? But that's what I see a disagreement is that it's an opportunity for somebody to learn. Salty Dog says, "Love you, man, no homo." Love you too, Salty Dog, no homo. How? I don't. I'll ask you later, Salty. You know, I'm not going to touch on that stock. I'm going to let you. I'm going to let you die on that. I'm just going to say. I'm just going to say that you know, Trey's. You know, he's a good guy. I like Trey's heart. He's in a good. He has a good heart. He doesn't have a good heart. He has a terrible heart, but he has a good soul. He has a good soul. I believe that he means the best for all of us. And but I disagreed with him. FF Hodl, you just wait, buddy. You wait. You'll see it'll be different in the future. Thank you, Hanzo. Yeah, I think so too. Hanzo, I think Trey's a good person. Thanks, Cutie Cut. I appreciate that. I wish I should just carry around a paintbrush from now on. It's time to run our numbers again here, guys. Let me throw up the Bollinger Bands. I did get a Fibonacci retracement in here. You can see it's a it's a mediocre retracement. We're definitely kind of trading in between a line of support and a line of resistance. I said it backwards. A line of resistance and a line of support. Those numbers are 2508 for the top and the bottom is 2355. It does look like we're doing a little bit of consolidation in this period of time here. I wouldn't put it past them to drop it down below synthetic, or I wouldn't put it past them to drop this below SSR tripping. We've already tripped synthetic price failure. Some of the main key turnaround points, excuse me, would be this blue line, the white line. I believe the blue line is the 34% down from our last high of $34.33. The white line is 35% down, and the red line down here is 40%. Those would be the turnaround points that I would expect to see based off of where we've dropped to so far, which is $23.26, which is 32.2% down. Very, very, very close to our 35% turnaround point. Let's take a look at our numbers. Pebble says Casey told Bad Back to shut the hell up once. I did. I didn't. I didn't have my coffee yet in the morning, and I was tired of him just running his mouth, and I was like, just shut the hell up. And then I said it's time for me to go get my coffee. So now I try to not start the show without having coffee first. That way I can just let it just slide. But I try not to I try, I try not to censor people, guys, because I think that it's I don't know, it's important to hear people speak, even if it's something you don't like to hear. But I will say this. Every single one of you have the power of silence, of silencing people you don't want to hear on this channel. All you have to do is click on the person's name in the chat box and then say hide. I'm not sure what the exact words are that says it. Probably says something like hide or block person or something like that. And you don't have to listen to that person anymore. So just because I allow them to speak on the channel doesn't mean that you have to listen. So I want you to just know that you have that ability. You have the ability to silence people. You don't have to listen. But sticks and stones, man. Sticks and stones. It's not going to kill me for somebody to run their mouth. It may piss me off a little bit, but it's not going to hurt me. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here. An hour ago is 46.58 in the off exchange and 11.52. I would expect it off exchange to be around 49 by this time of the morning, and the EDGX at like 12%. We're at 51 for the off exchange and 11.62 for the EDGX. Those numbers are definitely, the off exchange is high by about 2%. EDGX is down by maybe 0.5%. So it's, they kind of almost balance each other out. But total amount of, my wife is on the phone upstairs on the speaker, I can hear. Let's see, we have a total of about 62, almost 63% total into the off exchange. It'll be an hour from now when we really start seeing the numbers approaching what I would expect to see for averages for the day. It's just slightly high right now. Updating Ortex. So far, borrowed change for the day today has gone up. It was 395,000 shares borrowed according to Ortex. Now it is 1.23 million. That's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.47%. The cost to borrow is rising slightly from earlier. It's 1.71. And let's take a look at those options. At a $25 strike price an hour ago, there was 11.2 thousand contracts for the calls. There is now 23.4 thousand. So a doubling, more than doubling. On the puts, at a $24 strike price, which are currently out of the money, but would have been in the money earlier. Total amount of volume was 12.4 thousand contracts earlier, is now up to 20.7. So a little bit of a difference. There was more volume for the puts than calls an hour ago. Now there's more volume for the calls than the puts. And the markets, the options, the derivatives are signaling for a price close at somewhere between $24 and $25. We might see I'll run down to touch one of these lines, the red, white, or blue lines down here, and then maybe perhaps a return back up to where we're kind of trading at right now. Maybe if I had to expect what was maybe in our futures. Let me move a couple screens over here, and we'll take a look at some more information. AMC currently in fourth with the most amount of trades according to Fidelity. We do have a 59% buy to 41% sell ratio. We're starting to look a lot better right now. I'm noticing right underneath this is a company called Path. Just needs an N in there. Pantheon. That's not funny. I mean, he's got his own stock ticker, Path. GME is in ninth here with 53% buys to 47% sales. I got Pantheon on my head, on my brain. I have to send him an email. I was supposed to do it yesterday, and I just didn't get around to it. Shares borrowed in the last hour. 50,000 there. Mostly returns on the ETFs. Look how high the ETFs is getting, guys. That's actually a good sign. I like seeing the ETFs get that high. This is looking. I like what I'm seeing. 50,000 shares having been borrowed in the last hour. We're at 3.25 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day. 3.7 was yesterday's number. Currently, we have 55.2 thousand contracts that are in the money on the calls to 213,000 contracts out of the money, 144,000 contracts out of the money on the puts. 23.11 is trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day. SSR is triggered and on for today because of the triggering that we had yesterday later on in the day. NASDAQ is down 0.19, Dow Jones is down 0.3, and the S&P 500 is down 0.15. Earlier, the market was slightly advancing to declining, and it's advancing a little bit more than it was an hour ago, with 3,983 advancers to 3,621 decliners. The VIX is up 1.35, IWM is up 0.38, Tesla is up 0.3. Amazon is down 0.66, Cinemark is down 0.11, Doge is up, down 0.79, Bitcoin is down 0.95, GME is down 2.7, our gold mine is up 16.11, Hood is down 6.28, and AMC is down 5.69. Inflow versus outflow, holy moly, so much inflow. Gee, but Jesus. I'm having to pull out the calculator for this one because I'm not going to do that in my head. $44 million in inflow, more than outflow. It's a pretty big number. Not as big as there was in outflow the other day, but I mean, that's pretty big. Let's see what kind of pace we're on for the day-to-day. We're on pace for 145.9 million shares traded. It was like 200 and something an hour ago. So pace is definitely falling off here. I suggested that this morning that we would have somewhere between 90 to 110 million shares traded. I'm thinking it's looking pretty good as of right now. It's a pretty good estimate. On the weekly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure. Sorry, I said that backwards. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.1, which is right down the middle. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.91, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 30.28. It's just finally dipped out of come out of the oversold territory. It actually just went down a little bit, so it's touching on it. It's dipping down. We must be dropping in price. On a 30-minute interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.3. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.15. I don't want to draw anything just yet, but I feel like we're on a wedge. Let me just check out. Let me check it out on a larger time scale. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not going to draw anything out just yet. I need to see just a little bit more. I have a feeling we're going to probably come up just a little bit, maybe like 2450 before it's going to be. We're really close, I think, to the end of a wedge where we're probably going to break out going probably down. Oh, maybe not. I don't. It's hard to say. And it kind of looks like we're like you have falling price and you have falling volume, which should be bullish. But I have a feeling it's going to attack the other direction. Let's get the Bollinger Bands back up on here. I've been noticing, like, I feel like Bollinger Bands has started becoming a thing. I've just kind of been. Casey, mind if I post a run out scenario? Absolutely, of course. Be my guest. What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean by a run out scenario, but what is going on in here? You know, my moderators are extremely, what's the word I'm looking for? Um, nice. That's not the word I'm looking for. They'll let you get away with almost murder in here. So for them to time you out means something. Just saying. Like they're really lenient. That's what it is. That's the word I was looking for. They're really super lenient on. Yeah, AP, if you want to come on here, show up in the. Oh, you want to show it up on TradingView? AP, if you want to come on, you can join me in the Discord and we can do a live presentation if you want to. Yeah, thank you, Dan. That's the word I was looking for. They're extremely lenient in here. So, freedom of speech is heavily protected in here. And for you guys to get out of line, you really kind of have to step pretty far. White House to release million barrels of oil a day for 6 months. How will that affect AMC, Fox News? Well, it's going to help gas prices, which could help definitely ease some of the pains of inflation. AP, do you want to come on or no? If you just want me to just share that, I can. I'm sorry, Joe, but I just can't, man. I can't. I really respect every single one of my moderators and their opinions. I don't, I'm pretty picky on who I pick because um, I don't know. I feel like I have a pretty good sense of who's going to make a good moderator and who's not. And if that means I haven't picked you, but you've been here forever, it doesn't mean anything specifically about you. It's just that I really enjoy the people that I've got right now. That's what it means. I think they do an excellent job of being moderators. Your comment at 10:15. Let me check it. Is the 14C file on HYMC old news? Looks like 1 million more share dilution on 422. I haven't gotten any notifications. Hold on a second, guys. Let me see here. HYMC. Wait, hold on a second. Okay. SEC filings. I see one filed on the 30th, which was yesterday, the 14C, and I think that's what you said was 14C, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 14C. Let's look at it and see here. Let me just read this. So this says that they are Hycroft Mining. I'm just going to read it out loud. Hycroft Mining Holding Corporation, a Delaware corporation, hereby gives notice to stockholders of, and this information statement and being distributed in connection with an action by written consent of the majority stockholders of Hycroft taken on March 15th of 2022. Excuse me. The matter upon which action was written consent of the majority stockholders of Hycroft was taken in an amendment to Hycroft's second amended and restated certificate of incorporation to increase the number of authorized shares of Hycroft Class A common stock par value per share by 1 billion to 1.4 billion, as reflected by Annex A to this information statement. Is that right? Is that their actual? Why am I reading that? That does not reflect what I'm seeing here on shares out. So it also says here, this information statement also constitutes notice of a corporate action without a meeting by less than unanimous written consent of our stockholders pursuant to a Delaware General Corporation law that they have. It's one of their bylaws. Hycroft's majority shareholders are AMC, Mudrick, Boston Patriot, Badermarch, Boston Patriot Newbury. If you guys will remember correctly, the baseball bat that Adam Aaron had listed had Boston Red Sox on the baseball bat, and Black Blackwell's partners. The board determined that the proposal is advisable on March 11th. The board authorized an amendment to certificate of incorporation subject to stockholder approval to increase the number of authorized shares of Hycroft common stock by, I swear that says 1 billion to 1.4 billion. So they're adding an additional 400 million as reflected in Annex A to this information statement. I'm really confused because I don't see that. You know what? Let me go look at something real quick here. Maybe they haven't converted them yet. Insiders, where is it? I don't know. I'm really confused by this because it's saying that they're increasing from 1 billion to 1.4 billion, which I don't quite understand because I don't see that out many standing shares. Okay, so it says as of the record date, there were issued an outstanding 107. Let me go back. Yeah, that's correct. Shares out says 107.25. So as of recording date, there were issued an outstanding 107.2 million shares of Hycroft common stock entitled to one vote per share. As of the record date, the majority holders owned in the aggregate 71.2 million shares, or approximately 66% of the issued and outstanding Hycroft common stock. Accordingly, the written consent executed by the majority holders pursuant to DGCL. Okay, so that's a bunch of, I mean, okay, so that makes more sense there, but I'm not exactly sure, like, they must have stock that they have not released into, so they must have stock they're holding on to then. Because as it stands right now, they don't have, we're only showing 107 million shares in the system. So apparently they've just requested more shares, but they have not actually injected them into the market though. But they did request an additional 400 million shares. It actually gives a breakdown of the shares. I don't know if you guys have seen this or not yet, and I can't read what it is you guys are writing, but I'm just going to show this on the page here real fast for you guys to see. It gives a breakdown of how many shares Hycroft common stock are beneficially owned as percentages here, and I think that the top holders are going to be listed right here, and you can see that AMC and I forget that gentleman's name. I wish I could remember his name, but I'm never going to remember it. Own equal amounts of this, and Mudrick comes in down here like almost 10 million shares less, 9 million shares less. Highbridge Capital Management has 6 million shares, so they encompass like majority. Wait a minute, hold up, I got to get a calculator out for this. Hold up, 35.8, 35.8, 31. that equal these right here alone equal to 108.5% ownership. Just between those 4 shareholders alone, there's 108.5% ownership of the company. Then you have directors and everybody who their share ownership and everything that adds on to that. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take much for you to understand how much to understand what's going on here. I'm not going to read through the rest of this. Oh, they're also issuing 10 million shares of preferred stock as well. I mean, this is not AMC really related, guys, but it does have to do with AMC. All right. What are you guys writing here? Hold on a second. I got to catch up. All right, let me go to break, AP, and then I'll actually give you a call while I'm on break, and then maybe you can join back up with us after the break's over. Apes RS says, I'm going off the grid for 3 to 6 months after the squeeze. Might not be a bad idea. Might not be bad at all. All right, let me give you guys some music, and I'm going to take a break because this coffee is really starting to sink in here. Also, I got to take you back over to the shorts page on that one. Whew. The second coffee is really hitting hard here. I'll just call it 11 a.m. Two weeks, bro. I think we're winning. Eric Sprott. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. I would have never come up with the name. Yes, 400 million more shares is what it says, Brian. Pantheon can fill in. He said he was tired, but if he wanted to fill in while I was off, I wouldn't mind it. I'd trust him. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and take a break here. I'm going to leave the chart up here. Pantheon said he was tired. You know, I'm going to let him. It's up to him. I mean, if he really wanted to come on and fill in, I'd let him. I'll give you the best I can, Bert. Screw the hedgies! Screw them! Anything but music. Oh, you know, Gary, I got to do it to you, man. I got to do it to you. Music or die. Just turn your volume off. It's real easy. Just turn your volume down. You know, just like you can mute people in the chat box. You just click on their name and say mute. I'll see you guys a little bit after the break. I'll see you after the break.
Microphone check 1 2 1 2. Is it better if it's near my voice or near my mouth? Let me see if it's on my user set. Microphone check 1 2 1 2. Are they able to hear? All right, sounds good.
All right, I'm back, guys. I brought with me Adam. Adam is one of the moderators on this channel. Gonna give him a little mic check here. Go ahead, say something, Adam.
How's everyone doing today?
Looks good. Okay, so I'm picking you up just fine now. And let's see here. Adam had a little something he wants to share with the rest of us. I know some of you guys had mentioned before that Ethereum has a very similar pattern to what AMC is doing, or may have a predictive pattern to what AMC is doing. I know, Adam, wouldn't you say that you kind of have that like same kind of theory as well? Or
Yeah,
don't let me put words
yeah,
in your mouth.
no, for sure. Yeah, I've kind of had my theories that Ethereum is like has been a representation of AMC stock, and Bitcoin is kind of like GME. For those of you that follow GME and Bitcoin, and the patterns are fairly similar. What's up, Crazy Pepe and Fish Killer?
Oh, good. You can see what they're writing. That's awesome.
Yep.
Okay. If you want to screen share, I can pull that up on the screen for people to show, because I know you wanted to present something to everybody here. And first off, I'm just going to say first and foremost, guys, Adam's thoughts are not my thoughts, and they are not financial advice. No offense, Adam, but we actually get together every single night and we talk about things, and we don't always see eye to eye. But I love his perspective on what he has to present to the community. If there's anybody that love bouncing ideas off more, it's this guy. As far as general charting goes, and if you don't mind, can I share your screen, or
Yeah, go right ahead.
let me just make sure I've
Should've-
got it set up correctly here. Let's see. Perfect. It's actually set up just right for me to be able to. It's set up, and I think your mic is set up too, so you should be able to talk and present.
Okay, awesome. I think the overall idea of this is that a lot of people have been holding on to AMC stock forever, and interrupt me whenever you want, Casey, or people can chime in too, and I'll try to follow up with them too. Seeing these run-ups that we just had, thinking that it's go time. I've been talking with Casey probably for the longest time, and I've always felt, and I don't want to say this, I think everybody in here would love to have this done and over with, and let it play out. And I think many months ago, I started, suggesting to Casey, thinking that what are the chances that they play this out long term, like a Tesla play, and to some degree, it's probably really possible. In order for them to control the the market from collapsing and slowly dispersing this money. I think that if individuals, I don't want to just say apes, just investors in general, have a short-term and a long-term mindset that when we know that this is truly unfolding, you'll know. I think most people will know. Audemars Piguet. I don't know if that is not Joe Exotic. So, but I think that the more that we've been looking at this, we know that they're bleeding out. It's just a matter of if we have a long-term mindset in mind that anything short-term that happens, we'll be ready for it, but also prepared for the long-term mindset. I guess isn't as bad either. I know everybody wants their money. Yeah, I think the one thing we always got to look at too is like, what kind of narrative are they going to play in order for this to unfold as dramatically as we think it could, right? Whether it's market makers, corruption with synthetic shares, or we don't know the stories because we've heard many over the last year. But is there a long-term narrative? And I'm sure that there's enough rinse and repeat with the patterns to kind of like ride that out. So
I'm just going to
yeah,
add. I'm going to add to that my thought processes, and I think you would agree with this. Is that once margin calls come in and they roll in, and there's complete liquidation of hedge funds, that's uncontrollable price discovery.
absolutely.
It then comes down to how much are we willing to sell for, is what it comes down to. So
Correct.
I think all theories, every single theory that's out there of anybody has, I think gets thrown out. It doesn't matter if it's Wyckoff, it doesn't matter if it's my SPF, it doesn't matter. It does not matter what it is. Everything gets thrown out the door because then it comes down to is how much are people willing to sell for, and you're going to see price movement based off of settlements of margins. So, but having said that, go ahead and show what it is that you got to show, because we've already got comments in here saying that you got Skittles taste the rainbow going on here with your chart patterns. Everybody's a little curious, like what the heck these color coded Skittles are that you've got going on. It looks like you've got more than just Skittles. You've got the fruity Skittles.
I got the
I
whole
said the fruity
shebang.
Skittles.
Okay.
So what are we looking at the top? At the top, we're looking at AMC. On the bottom,
okay. At the top, we're looking at the AMC chart. Currently on a daily chart. I can hide. I'll hide a lot of the drawings. Down here at the bottom, we have Ethereum from the 2016 timeframe. These charts are totally irrelevant on pattern-wise of being influenced with each other. There's a reason why I feel I've always referred to this area or the beginning of Ethereum as a reference of where we're at in this pattern. And I think you can see it start to develop right away. The extreme similarities between, we could start from the very beginning. Look at how this pattern runs. We see here in the beginning, we got a run up. This is much tighter. It shows up in here. You can see the run up and the sell off. We're extremely similar up until this point. Have a very similar second arch, and then runs up almost to the bottom of here. This one definitely runs up past its high, which Ethereum has done that. I think I've mentioned before that Ethereum is more of like a conditioned athlete. It's able to run a little bit longer. I think a lot of the crypto coins do that. Nonetheless, the price difference is different. Where you find the similarities is in like an RSI pattern. And once I feel that we're, you know, essentially trending in the same manner, this is what I'm following, or have been following. You can see the large sell-off right here that we went through from November all the way until now, and hit almost like a double bounce. And that's when I was talking a while back with Casey that we saw a price and RSI divergence where if price is going lower but RSI is going higher on the second leg, that usually is an indication that we need to start heading upward. You also saw it here. It wasn't a divergence within the pattern, but we did get a stronger move comparatively because of that. Or as Wyckoff would say, here's our spring region. So nonetheless, following where we're at, if we are here, essentially, in these next couple of days, between now and I don't want to throw out timings because the overall timing of this is not one for one. It never has been. But the overall cyclicality of the pattern that plays out, it gives us a good idea, at least what direction we're heading. It's the same. Why is it saying it's inverse to corn, Pebbles? Okay.
Just keep going.
Yeah. Just keep going.
Just keep
I
going.
want to know that. Okay. So, yeah. I think that if people understand that, like, there is a potential positive long-term outcome, they're willing to hold through this. Just be patient. That eventually it will come to fruition. It's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears and sacrifice over the last year, and I think that you know, continuing on the course, whatever it may be, that things will start playing out. So,
one of the things that I had said a long time ago was if and I know I had discussed this with you, if you knew that you were holding Bitcoin, or if you knew that you were holding Hackshire Birth Away, how long would you be willing to hold on to it for, right? Like, how long would you wait to see those kind of prices in the stock? Would you wait a year? Would you wait 2 years? Would you wait 3 years? How long would you wait to see those kind of prices? Or even Ethereum. What's Ethereum running at right now? I don't even know. Do you know?
Ethereum is at like 27,000, I believe.
Okay. 27,000. How long would you wait to hold on to 27,000? If you look more at AMC as a savings account, $3,300.
$33.36, yes.
Okay. Would you be willing to hold on to it like it's a savings account instead of thinking of it as it needs to happen all at once? But anyways, keep going. Keep showing what it is that you're showing here.
Yeah. So, a lot of this, I made a video a while back and called it my snowflake theory because there are a multitude of variations of a snowflake, blah blah blah. You always get a laugh out of that.
Well, I mean, you have the Skittles flavors up there, and you say snowflake, and it's just kind of like, okay.
Okay.
Interesting
I've never
scheme
thought
of
of it
colors,
like
but whatever.
Right. Yeah. Okay. All right. I get it now. Yes.
You never got that? You never got it when I was laughing before?
I've never really fully put two and two together. How about that? So,
I liked your bubbles
this
theory.
is the one reason. My bubbles theory.
Yeah, I like them.
That was the bubbles.
Yeah.
So, when you look at this pattern, you can see just the similarities of waves and transition, that from this purple phase down to the red, this was the large sell-off. Much like the blue was our peak, and there were a couple variations here at the bottom, but ultimately in the same, um, AMC is a daily, Ethereum's a 2-day based on this overall time frame. So where we're at here, comparative, like after the fact, it will probably have to do a lot with who comes in this play. Have we been truly holding and playing the options properly in order to push it to that next um what is it
Peak.
to the next peak, the next Fibonacci number. If those of you are not aware of Fibonacci sequence, Ethereum kind of plays out a lot of times to the next Fibonacci levels, the next Fibonacci values. So this pattern has to do what it has to do in order to get to that next Fibonacci level. So a lot of times once I find the pattern in that MACD, you can really see it in the RSI.
Real quick, they want to know if you're comparing to ETH or ETHC. The question is being
This
asked.
this is if those of you that are on TradingView, Ethereum US dollar, ETH US dollar, ETHC I believe is classic. That is the most recent one that they created. It's just another spinoff of the coin, I guess. So, so where are we at in comparison? If we're here, RSI has maxed out, but the timing isn't the same. You have to be able to adjust the timing in order to equal what it is we're looking for. So I think we all are looking for really good, positive potential with AMC moving forward. And if the pattern continues to play out the way it is, that we should start to see some really positive price ranges. It's just a matter of being patient. And if it does come to a short term, awesome. I'm sure a lot of us will be happy. But also, if we have dug our feet in the sand and uh, built that strong base of, hey, we're willing, like truly diamond hand it, like he says. If you know that this stock or has the potential to play out to $1,500 or $2,500 or $3,300, whatever Ethereum is, we're talking 2015 when this started. 2015, Ethereum was like 20, $30, and look at how much it is now. Look at how much Amazon did in 20 years. Look at how much Chipotle has done in a matter of 7 to 10 years. When you look at all these stocks and what they've done and what AMC is trying to do and rebrand and build, along with GameStop and possible mergers, and you have to look at just try to put it all together and see what narrative or what direction these stocks have the potential to go towards. Who's behind these stocks? And to have a majority of retail behind these stocks, making or hopefully having a larger say in on it as opposed to stocks that are institutionally driven, that should mean a lot for what we've been holding on for. Like Casey says, we didn't come this far just to come this far.
I wish I said that. DFV said it.
Or DFV,
Yeah.
DFV said it. Either way, I mean,
Yeah.
we're here. Sammy Boy apparently likes turtles, which is cool.
Well, I appreciate you presenting that there, and again, for those of you, this is forward thinking and thinking outside the box, and really just having something to look forward to.
Mm-hmm.
Doctor's over here saying that he has a 23-year-old bottle of Thomas Hardy's barley wine ale that he's been holding on to until it hits 25 years maturity mark, but he's talking about maybe opening it early if he has to celebrate.
Yeah,
That'd be cool.
nothing. I mean, those that are patient enough to wait and truly reap the benefits are the ones that are patient and knowing that this is it just hopefully has a potential to play out. I don't want to say, is it safe to say we're not going to be a Volkswagen squeeze? No one knows. But everything that Casey has talked to you guys day in and day out on, you know, preparing for those short terms, preparing, with the indicators, preparing your financial moves, or when you do get the money out and when you do get out of the trade, knowing your whys and why we continue to do this, building foundations in that. Uh, it's just what's the one saying? Um, uh, just drawing a blank.
Welcome to senior moments.
Yeah, it is, man. I should have had my coffee. Failing to plan is planning to fail.
Yeah.
So just putting in the work day in and day out, like for the community to be able to come back to Casey. I think it's understated the amount of dedication Casey has done for the community day in and day out. I know there's a handful of other YouTubers or streamers or individuals following this that are just, rocks, but Casey's one of the rare ones that
Oh, stop.
is doing this not for financial monetary gains. I mean, everyone knows that.
Yeah.
Of the 132 people watching right now, listening, the amount of information and data and coverage and that you continue to provide day in and day out, all throughout, from morning bell open, even beforehand to close. Yeah. Captain Awesome.
You're putting me on the spot, and I don't like it. So we're gonna
I-
push it all off on me, and we're gonna say my wife made this possible. I'm gonna push that by. Thank you for the compliment, but I really do. I do owe everything to her for this all being possible in the first place. She's supporting me through this, and she's the real trooper out of all this, in my opinion. And so trying to sweep this past and this nice compliment, getting it away from my head here. Let's take a look at some of our numbers real quick here, since I didn't read them off 25 minutes ago. I forgot to.
I'm Batman.
I'm Batman.
I'm Batman.
Batman.
They said, why does AP talk like Batman?
What is he? He is Batman. I don't wear hockey pads.
Alfred.
Say I don't wear hockey
Alfred.
pads.
Alfred, I don't wear hockey pads.
I love it. All right, taking a look at the off exchange, and Adam said he was going to hang out with me here for about another half hour, so I'm extremely appreciative to have him hanging out with me here. Off exchange an hour and a half ago was 51.33 and 11.62. Let's give that a refresh. Now showing 53.05 and 11.73. The EDGX, where they hide the price discovery through the ETFs, is a little bit lower, about 0.5% lower than the 30-day average. However, the off exchange is 53.05. A lot of times I suggest to you guys that whenever SSRs trip, they're legally allowed to create synthetic naked shorts, hence relieving some of the pressure, or I like to think of the off exchange as kind of like a shield to price discovery. When SSR is tripped, it's a force field. So they don't really need to have their shield, and they don't need to use it. Now, to see off exchange as high as it is right now with the force field in place tells me that they're looking for double coverage. This is a double. I'm not a huge football fan. AP, help me out here. What's a double coverage play called in football?
You just want to make sure that your receivers or any potential individuals that are going downfield are double covered.
Isn't there like that's not zone defense? Isn't there like a type of defense for that? Double coverage?
Yeah, it's
I'm not
not
a football
typically
guy.
covered in a zone. It is more of a man-to-man split, depending on the number of receivers. If there's too many receivers, or individuals going downfield, then it's a little harder. It's
Oh.
where you're probably mostly sending just 3 to 4. Uh, at the quarterback, and the rest are linebackers, and everyone else are covered, double covered, and downfield.
So we got double coverage going on. Double coverage, and the borrowed change amount went from 1.23 million shares having been borrowed down to a return of negative 23,000 shares. Let's see. And that's going to lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.36%. Cost to borrow is 1.79. The max is increasing a little bit. Let's take a look at options. Who's your favorite football team?
It used to be the New England Patriots.
Used to be.
I would say no. It still is. I was always a Tommy Brady fan. For those of you either love him or you hate him, he's a goat. Came out of Michigan. I grew up in Michigan for a good chunk of my life. Followed Michigan football. Surprisingly, those of you that know, Tom Brady was a double sport athlete. Played baseball. Rode the pine when he went to New England, and then had his opportunity to start or to play, enter a game due to an injury, and everything else is history. Yeah, he's the GOAT. But transfers to Tampa, retires, get a ring, decides to retire now, and then comes back. So he's going to come back again. Probably because his wife's a witch. So it is what it
Ooh.
is.
You think
I mean,
he's
like,
Michael Jordan of comebacks? You think he's gonna have like a Michael Jordan comeback?
I don't know.
All right, think about that, and I'm gonna read the options. At $25 strike price for the calls an hour and a half ago, there was 23.4 thousand contracts. There's now 30.6. And on the put side, at a $24 strike price an hour and a half ago, there was 20.7 thousand contracts. Now 25.6. What you think? Michael Jordan?
I mean, are you talking Michael Jordan when he went to the Wizards?
No, I'm talking about when Michael Jordan went to baseball and then came back.
Oh yeah, I mean, I would call that like a midlife crisis, because he did that. Well, I don't want to say midlife crisis. He did that because the loss of his father, right? If anybody that knew or grew up during that time frame,
Hmm.
that really messed him up. Did he return after the fact? And no, he was never the same. Dominating the first 10 years of his career.
Now I'm going to stop you. AMC currently coming in fourth on buy to sell ratio on Fidelity with 59% buys to 41% sales. We are 1% away from the minimum that I like to see at 60-40. So not doing too bad. GME's coming in at 10th, slipping a spot, I believe. They are 53% buys to 47% sales. So the buy to sell ratios are starting to come back into where they're supposed to be, which means we're buying the dip, which is a good thing. I like seeing what I'm seeing. Those are very good numbers. I mean, they're not the best. They could be better. SSR triggers at $23.11. It is on today from being triggered from yesterday. Sometimes I get triggered. Let's see here. An hour ago, we've had another 50,000 shares having been borrowed as from an hour ago. So that's going to put us at 3.3 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. 3.7 is how many were borrowed yesterday. Fees have dropped down a little bit from scrolling real quick there, 1.6 to 1.5. And we currently have 56.7 thousand contracts that are in the money, 211.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls. I saw a tweet by why did I just forget his name? Trey. That other guy. What's his name? I like Trey. I don't know why I couldn't. Yeah, he had mentioned something about the opening of a lot of the options above $40 strike price after the halt that we had the other day. I think it was on Monday or whatever day that was. Maybe it was Tuesday, and saying that that was basically an attempt to try and stop the momentum, and also suck in a bunch of equity, or not equity. What am I trying to say? A lot of long positions, making call positions that slowed the process down, and kind of took away from the momentum of the price swing upwards. And as you can see now, with the 211.6 thousand contracts that are out of the money, if we close, at 30, at the roughly around the price range that we're at right now, there's going to be just a ton of money lost there, shifting hands. They're gonna shift hands from one person to another. 146.5 thousand contracts, however, are still out of the money on the puts, which is still quite a bit. Let's see. The Nasdaq is down 0.5, Dow Jones is down 0.44, S&P 500 down 0.38. The market is declining over advancing, with 4,058 decliners to 3,574 advancers. The VIX is up 3.93, IWM is down 0.13, Tesla down 0.19, Amazon down 0.92, Cinemark up 0.4, Doge is down 3.74, Bitcoin is down 2.82, GME is up 0.03, HYMC is down 0.42, which is kind of crazy because we were way up earlier. That must have had a massive rundown. Wow, 2.8 all the way down to 2.2. How long did that take? From 11 o'clock until 12 o'clock. 2 hours. No, 1 hour. 1 hour rundown there. Quite a bit. Robinhood is down 7.14% and AMC is down 5.06. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow. 55 million more dollars in inflow than outflow, which is pretty high. Let's see how many shares. We're really close to halfway through the trading day today. But we're on pace for 102 million shares traded for the day today. Oh man, that is way lower than what it was an hour and a half ago, which was like 120 or something like that. So it's dropped quite a bit. I have us at a prediction somewhere between 90 to 110. So it's coming down quite a bit, quite fast. So unless we have a run up in volume in the later half of the day, my prediction might end up being a little bit high. And I really felt like I was kind of taking the underside, so it's unusual. Taking a look at the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure on the weekly with an RSI of 50.38. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.58, which is cooled off to just above average on RSI there. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.91 on the hourly. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.53. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.92. I'm a sports fan, but I'm not I'm kind of one of those guys where and I don't look it. I really don't look it, but I would much rather play a sport than watch a sport. Like I just can't sit down and watch golf. I just can't do it. But I love going out and playing golf. It's great. It's fun. Disc golf is kind of fun to watch, but it's way more fun to play disc golf. I've never really played football in like a full get up, but I've played flag football, and I'd rather play that than watch it. Manjeet wants to know if we tripped SSR today. No, as Gus said. We came close. Back here, we came down to 23.26, which was really darn close to tripping it, but we didn't come down all the way. Crazy Pepe says Casey missed the HYMC rundown. I did, and I wasn't really watching.
would you mind sharing my screen for a minute?
Absolutely. I do mind. There you go. Oh, I see no screen. You must have taken it away for a second. Let me, there we go.
I'm
I,
still
I got it. I
streaming.
got it. I got it. It's on.
Okay.
Just remember,
I think
real quick, Adam, when you make fast movements with your mouse, it causes a little bit of lag between you and I, and so it makes your
okay.
screen blurry. So if you just like I know how like you shake your mouse around a little bit, that does cause a little bit of lag from the internet, but that's my fault, not yours.
That's the excitement that I have when doing this. No. Okay. So I just wanted to show you this. I originally showed you guys the pattern. AMC was on a daily up top here. This was AMC. I've then reduced it to a 6 hour, and Ethereum. I'm looking back at that same time frame. It is also in a 6 hour. But where we can consider where we're at, um, if you notice the moves that have occurred, extremely similar. When you stare at this enough, it's almost like they're like road markers, or it's a really good way of saying, oh, this is where we're at. This is where they're at. This is where they're most likely going to move into. So the reason why, let me move this out of the way. You could probably see why I feel, you know, AMC here is going to make a little bit of run later this afternoon, possibly into the next day or into the next week. Is this is just where or how the pattern's looking to play out in order to form itself later on down its road. So this is where I'm at. The RSI is looking really, really similar, and similarities. Um, Obviously, AMC has a little bit more downward force that we see, just because we know who's involved and what's happening and what they're trying to do to, I don't know, suck out as much money that they possibly can, because they know they're screwed, or however it might be. So um, I know to some people probably like, man, I'm just looking at some squiggly lines. But if you stare out long enough, um, there are some really strong, prominent features and patterns that repeat over and over and over. Um, it's the smaller, the micro time frames where it can get tricky to follow to see where you're at. A lot of times, what I like to do is just look at, from one RSI to high to a low movement, and kind of base in between there what kind of moves occurred and why, in order to get, have a good understanding of where I'm at, or what part of the pattern where we're at. So
I'm gonna
yeah,
ask you a tough question here, and I know it's gonna put you on the spot a little bit, and hopefully you're not gonna hate me, but for those of people out there who are watching, and I've probably never really done a good idea, and I'm just sitting here watching what it is that you're showing everything, and I want to ask, or I want to explain to people, what is RSI, relative strength index? Why is that such an important indicator, and why or how exactly are you aware of how it's used? I mean, it's real easy to see where the in and out percentage is, right? We know that anything above 70% tells us that it's overbought. Anything that tells us
mhm.
that it's under 30% means that we're oversold. But why is relative strength indexed such an important key factor as an indicator? And I guess in your opinion.
um, I think a lot of it has to do with um, volume coming in and out of the market. Um, it kind of tells you where the price demand is moving towards. If people are asking, um, for higher prices, and volume is coming in to reflect that, in a lot of sense, that's you're going to see RSI kind of move up faster. The same thing with downward movements. If we see a stronger push downward due to an RSI move, well, there's probably more selling volume and more of a demand in the other direction. So a lot of it's just the overall strength in whatever direction you want to move towards or momentum towards. Um, it's not quite like MACD, which kind of shows your momentum and like how strong it is during this hump or wave. Uh, like if I compared these two, now it's not exactly one for one, um, but you can see momentum wise during the smaller phase in here would have been somewhere in here. Well, there wasn't as much momentum down in Ethereum down here, but we we've seen how much more AMC increased if you compare. Uh, what do you want to say? Your overall gains from the bottom to the high, right? 133% gains. Whereas if we compare to the same thing here, Ethereum only went up 66%. So a lot of that you can read, you get that from the MACD and how volatile it was, but the RSI doesn't truly, reflect that to a degree. It just kind of shows you who's coming in and out and the volume at play at that particular moment in time. Um, it will tell you where the overbought and oversold ranges are. It's always just been a good indicator of, okay, hey, we're in this region, let's change direction. Um, that's kind of how I've always read it and think it to be. And, it's not 100% bulletproof. I don't think there's any indicator out there that says this will get you to where you're going. There's you read the vortex indicator better than I do. I've learned
Me?
to gain a better understanding.
I
Oh
don't think
yeah.
so.
I,
No, no, no.
oh yeah.
Come on now. Now you're just no,
Yeah.
that's not
You have a
true.
better understanding of it. Yeah. I don't know it as well. um but yeah, RSI, I see that there's more comparison data within that indicator because price can be different. Look at you, we can see that price can be different and the overall percentage gain is different. So of course we can't lay it over one for one, but RSI, if I could copy this RSI chart and lay it over another RSI chart, it'll probably be more close than you think. Um, so maybe I'll have to put that in a request from TradingView to see if they can do that.
Hmm.
So yeah,
Yeah, that'd be really nice if you could copy RSI patterns, bar patterns, and overlay. That would be kind of cool.
yeah.
Just throwing out a random fact here, because I went ahead and pulled it up just because this is a learning channel. The relative strength index.
2015, 2016, James. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. What? What was it?
James asked the chart from what year. It was Ethereum from 2015, 2016 range.
Oh, okay.
Not classic. Sorry. Random fact now. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's cool. The relative strength index was developed in 1978. It was actually 2 years after I was born. I had no idea that the RSI was actually that. I mean, I consider that to be a more newish indicator. Well, let's see. I am 45 years old, so it's 43. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of a newish indicator. It hasn't hit 50 yet.
Yeah.
That's still young.
How old is Wyckoff while you're at it?
I think
How long's that been around?
Ape Father said the other day, or I think he wants to be known as AMC Father now, or just Father, just Father. Father said the other day over 100 years when I had him on the show. Let's pull it up here though. I will find out when that was created. Let's see.
If he's father, you can change my name to Daddy.
How about no? It says right here the Wyckoff method was developed by Richard Wyckoff in the early 1930s. So not quite 100 years, but really close. I mean, it's getting
Wow.
close to 100 years. It says 1931 here. Just
Wow.
kind of random interesting facts. And since we'll add this in here, I think it was perhaps the Ichimoto. Let's see. I think that one was like from the 70s, if I'm not mistaken. I'm looking it up here. Oh yeah, okay, 69. I should remember that. I don't know why I can't seem to remember. The Ichimoto, for those who are just curious, was developed by I'm gonna mess up this name. Gyochi Hosada. Actually, I think I did that pretty well. Gyochi Hosada, and published in 1969. So he probably came up with the method before 1969, and probably I would imagine that he probably tested it for a while before he actually published it, because you probably wouldn't want to publish an indicator and then immediately have it trashed on. Uh, so I'm sure he probably developed it before then. So it's been around for at least 50 years
Wow.
as an indicator, which is kind of interesting because a lot of people, which is really surprising to me. I love anytime you hear like a day trader come onto a day slash swing trader come onto a channel, and they go like, they tote themselves as being this expert. I go like, oh, have you ever heard of the Ichimoku cloud and or the IC indicator? And they have not. And when they have not heard of it, I go like, okay. It kind of gives me like a little bit of an idea as to how in depth of a swing slash day trader that they really are. If they're newish,
Mhm.
if they're new to it, then more than likely they've never heard of it before. If they've had some time under their belt, a fair amount of time under their belt in trading, then they've definitely heard of it. It's a great indicator that just kind of dates somebody who's trading in the markets.
What about the introduction of the Bollinger Bands?
Ooh, that's a good one.
I'd have to say probably 80s, 90s.
Let's check it out. I'm going to take a guess before I type it in. Bollinger Bands. I mean, it's really just a sigma off the simple moving average. So I'm going to go with 96.
Okay.
Oops. Oh man, what did you say?
I said,
Did you say 86?
yeah, I was thinking like it's
It was
30,
1980.
35 years. Oh, wow.
1980.
42 years.
I really what kind of made me think about. I probably should have said the 1980s, and the reason I should have said that was because I was thinking about um, a lot of those sigmas type indicators were created during the um, gosh, what was that? Was it Honda? Not Honda. I think it was Honda. The 70s and 80s had kind of an industrial revolution in semiconductors, and there a lot of statistical process control type stuff was created during that period of time to really kind of monitor um, or analyze statistics. And so when you talk about things like three sigmas and bell curves and all that kind of stuff, that all really comes from that period of time. Uh, and it really is. I should have guessed the 80s. I don't know why I guessed 90s. I should have said 80s. But
Mhm.
yeah,
How um how familiar are you with the CCI indicator?
wait, hold on a second here. I was just reading a question. Nosa's asking, what is the itchy burger setting you use recommended? I would just use standard settings, Nosa, but make sure that you look at it under the 1 hour time interval and the 4 hour time interval. Now, I'm pretty sure that I think it's 15 time periods is what they use as a setting for the Bollinger Bands. I think, hold on a second here. That's exponential. That's not what I wanted. Bollinger.
Alligator and unbalanced valley.
Why is it pulling up the wrong one? There we go. Oh, it's because I was under Bollinger. Um, nope, I'm on moving averages. Why is it not pulling up? Hold on a second. I got to delete some of these. For some reason, it's not.
All right.
There we go. Conversion line period is 9. Oh, that's right. I completely forgot these numbers. Conversion line period is 9. Baseline period is 26. Leading span period 2 period is 52. I think if you go to, let me actually look this up. Those numbers seem a little bit off. Let me just check this real quick here. Um, $52. No, that's right. 52.26, and the conversion line. That's got to be right. 9 periods.
Captain also asked about the alligator and the OBV indicator.
Can you
You
look
and
those
I,
up? Can you look those up for me while I'm reading this real quick? If you wouldn't mind
yeah,
looking those up.
yeah. So the alligator indicator.
Okay, I just confirmed it is 9, 26, and 52. Conversion line period is 9, baseline period is 26, and the leading span, both A and B, are 52 periods. So when you're looking at a 1 hour, your time span, it's all going to be based off of 1 hour, and then the periods, and then when you're looking at a 4 hour, it's going to be 9 times 4, 26 times 4, and 52 times 4. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So the Williams indicator, its calculation is pretty much based off the simple moving average. I don't know. You sharing your screen. Calculation simple moving average. There's some really good examples on here. A lot of these. When you have, it's almost like if you envision like your Bollinger Bands when they're out by the 2 or 3 deviations on the outer edge, and depending on where they return back to these moving averages values, or when they start to cross over, that's probably good indication on either sideways consolidation or when to get out. I've messed with like multiple moving averages before, so I really get it. I've never heard of it as the alligator indicator. It says it can be used in any market or time frame. Some lines crossed.
I'm gonna throw in a comment real quick here. Captain Awesome said,
Yeah.
Dr. Zeno, get boxer briefs with the built-in ball hammock. It's like a bra for your sack, life-changing. My wife got me a pair of those. I'm just gonna tell you right now, those are not for everybody. Just throwing it out there. Just throwing it out there. They're not for everybody. Anyways, go ahead.
I'm guessing this
Sorry.
is speaking from experience, but okay.
Yes. They're not for. It's not. They are not one size fits all.
You're the one guy that gave it a 1-star rating.
Hey, all I'm saying is that when you got diamond balls, they're not for everybody.
Yeah, moving on. On balance volume. You and I, we've talked about this probably about a month and a half ago on just
OBV.
The number. Yeah, OBV.
Yeah.
Just and I've learned that it's an indicator. It's pretty much calculated on a daily calculation on the number of shares that are sitting either in the positive or negative, the ledger, essentially. How many are technically on balance? Um, I haven't looked lately. I'm going to guess that AMC is extremely high still. Would you agree?
I'm laughing too hard. Sorry, hold on a second. I'm sorry, but Dr. Zeno said something that just made me laugh really hard. What were you saying? I'm so sorry. I can't help myself. I'm sorry. I'm lost. I'm lost. Adam's like, are you kidding me? Like Adam is so patient with me, guys. I mean, he knows that I've got ADD and he knows that I'm like off on like tangents and it does not. I'm like squirrel. Like squirrel. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Squirrel. uh, yeah. Have you looked or are you familiar with what the OBV is lately for AMC?
I have not. I'll take you over to your page real quick and let's take a look at it. Are you gonna show?
Yeah. Yeah. I'll throw a new indicator up and we'll pull up OBV on balance volume updated. Okay. Let's go to the daily. Let's change this to a different.
Vic just put up a microphone and said boop.
Okay.
See,
Yeah. This.
Adam just ignores me. He ignores me anymore. He's just like, yeah, okay, whatever.
No, I know you're having uh these squirrel moments. I still think the most comical thing that we did. I mean, the 2 weeks was awesome to be a part of. Uh, when you were dropping on other streamers, that was for those of you that are listening. 2 weeks was a fun time. There have been a lot of fun times after hours talking with this guy. I think the other night when we were just Twitter comment, or you were just Twitter commentating. My face hurt the next day.
So we went on to very oftentimes we have nightly get-togethers, me and Adam, and we kind of talk stocks and kind of look everything over. And so for some reason or another, I had to show him something on Twitter, and we just started scrolling through Twitter and being like, we started commenting on like every picture that was in there, and it was like MST3K. Was it 2K? MST2. Why does it sound like?
3,000.
Yeah, it was
It's
MST.
3,000.
Yeah, it was like MST3K, but with just still photographs, like two guys just commenting back and forth on the ridiculousness of the things that we were seeing inside of the photographs, and that was a pretty good moment.
Yeah, I mean, when you're watching Chris Rock get slapped about 15 times in slow motion. Oh, yeah, that was fun.
Yeah. Maggie just showed up and she said, "I just came back. Who's the other voice?" That's Batman.
I'm Batman. Alfred, give me the Batmobile.
And this is Adam. Adam is one of the moderators on this channel.
Probably the most slacking moderator. Okay. If I do anything, it's accidentally to put you in timeout while my phone's in my pocket or something like that. I try not to. Actually, we resolved why that happened.
I just want to let you all know that Eric just texted me and he said, if we can get a clean break over 2470, I should get a point. He's really satisfied with his 25 to 28 prediction today. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy. It's so hard to sound like happy when I'm not going to get a point. I'm happy. I really am happy. Yes. Screw the hedgies. Screw them.
Your pride is hurting more than anything.
No, I mean, it's like I really want to get a point, but at the same time, though, I really like seeing us move up in price, so I don't have a problem with it. And especially the fact that volume's picking back up again too. That's really a good sign. I like seeing volume picking up. It is 12:02. Are you going to get this OBV thing figured out, or do I need to run
I,
through the numbers real quick while you?
yeah, no, I've been casting it.
I'm just
I'm showing
kidding.
it.
I know. I'm teasing. Are you done yet, or what? Jeez, you're taking forever on this thing.
um, wow, that looks trippy on their screen.
And Jacob's saying he wants you to go pull up on the DOJ and make sure they're doing their jobs. Batman.
Batman, there's a lot of corruption going on in this city. We're here to clean house. Are you with me, Robin?
You ain't talking to me.
Oh, you're the
Holy gee
Riddler.
willikers. Yes, let's go, Batman. Let's get him.
No, you're the Riddler. How about that?
Oh man. I don't want to play Robin. I don't want to be Robin.
I don't want to be Robin.
I'm not I don't want to be Robin. That's too girly. These spandex aren't the right color. I don't like green and gold.
I need a little snowflake to be my sidekick.
I can tell by your charts.
Got thick flare up in here as the Joker. It's my nemesis. Oh man, who's the true Batman? Crazy Pepe. Where are the drugs? Oh, if you only knew, Captain Awesome.
Oh,
yeah.
damn! Robin just showed up in here. There's a Robin just showed up and said, "So who's the other guy? You're cheating on me, Batman." Oh, jeez, that's classic. That is classic.
Never ceases to fail. Oh my gosh. Hopefully everybody's enjoying their day.
My mom said, "Guys, my mom's safe at home. By the way, she called me on my break and said that she's home. She just woke up a little while ago. She's all right. As you can see, she just said silly is good for our health." Einstein said it sounded a lot like Towel on South Park.
I don't know who Towel
I mean,
on
isn't
South
that
Park
is I mean, isn't that essentially who Robin really is? I mean, he really is just Towel. All right, let's I'm gonna take it back over to the other screen for just a second and run through the numbers. Are you staying on for a while longer or?
I'm gonna listen to the numbers and then I'll head on out here.
Robin said I even wore my underwear over my pants for you. That sounds
Okay.
very personal. I mean, it's true though. I mean, literally, like who? I want to know. I want to know who said, "Hey, we should throw their underwear on over their tights." I'm pretty sure that the guy. I'm pretty sure what happened was is that probably what happened was is I can't believe I'm talking about this. Probably what happened was is that you know they probably did have the underwear underneath the tights and they came out and they were like, okay, well, we have to put underwear on you, and they don't look right on the underside, so we're gonna have to take the underwear and put them on the outer side. because your panty lines are just not right. We can't film you with panty lines like that underneath tights. Pretty sure that's how that conversation went down. Not 100% positive, but I think I'm onto something here. I'm pretty sure I'm onto something.
Underwear outside of your pants. That's the thing.
That had to be a thing. I'm pretty sure that's how
Yeah.
it went down. Let's take a look at the numbers.
Superheroes. Yeah.
And then I want to go back and show the OBV that you were setting up there. I wish I could have heard like Adam West's voice. I wish I could do like an Adam West impersonation and be like, I just don't know about these underwear under my pants.
Or giving your artist a SketchUp of what you're thinking of how to draw them.
All right, taking a look
All
at the off exchange, 53.05 an hour ago and 11.03 for this EDGX. Refreshing, we've got 54.41 and 11.59 now. So these are actually really high numbers considering that SSR is tripped and they're I mean we've got decent volume. I don't want to say we have excellent volume, but we have decent volume. I don't know, we might see a little bit of a run up here at a later portion of the day. Didn't you just shout that out too? I think you said something about that even.
What's that?
About a potential run up later portion of the day today.
Yeah. Based on, we'll see. All right.
Yep, we shall see. An hour ago there was 23. Well, actually, it was a half hour ago. There's 23,000 shares having been returned. It's now up to 314,000 shares having been returned. According to Ortex, that's going to lower the estimated current short share interest of free float to 20.34. The cost to borrow average is 1.75. Let's take a look at options. 30 minutes ago, at a $25 strike price, there was 30.6 thousand contracts. Now there's 37.9. That's at a $25 strike price. We're not back up there just yet. We did cross over to 25.06 briefly, but we're back down a little bit. At a $24 strike price for the puts, an hour ago there was 25.6 thousand contracts. There's now 28.3. Still signaling for a close somewhere between 24 and 25 for the day-to-day and the options. I'm absolutely gonna die if we get 25.01. That'll be crazy. That'll just be so unreal. Taking you guys over to the other page. Orders by Fidelity customers. We currently have AMC in fourth position with 58% buys to 42% sales. So we slipped a percentage point right there. We were 59 an hour or 30 minutes ago, so it's dipping just a tad bit. I'd still like to see 60-40. GME coming in at 10th with 53% buys to 47% sales. Hey Adam, do me a favor and add that OBV to the price chart and see if you can show it with them on top of each other. I think it's cleaner looking that way. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is 23.11. Let me refresh this one more time just to make sure. Shares available to borrow. It looks like they did borrow an additional 50,000 shares earlier. ETFs are at 4.256 thousand. What am I saying? 4.256 million. Cost to borrow is down to 1.2. 50 additional thousand shares makes it 3.35 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day, and yesterday was 3.7 million shares borrowed. 56.7 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 211.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls. 146.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. There is puts that are in the money now with 33,000. Looks like they've been buying some in the money puts, possibly. NASDAQ is down 0.64, Dow Jones is down 0.57, S&P 500 down 0.49. The market is declining over advancing with 4,185 decliners to 3,441 advancers. The VIX is up 4.91. IWM is down 0.22. Tesla is down 0.57. Amazon is down 0.96. Cinemark is down 0.34. Doge is down 3.23. Bitcoin is down 2.8. GME is up 1.27. Our gold mine is breaking even. Hood is down 6.11 and AMC is down 4.32. We currently have, I can't do this kind of math in my head. Man, that is a massive amount of inflow versus outflow. 68 million more in inflow. We've traded 54.28 million shares for the day today. Let's try and figure out what kind of pace that is. We're on pace for about 89.7 million shares traded for the day today. That is lower than the amount that I had predicted, which was 90 to 110. I don't like predicting high, so it's going to make me a little bit upset that I did predict high. I figured we have at least as much volume as we had yesterday, which was 95. So I don't know, unusual. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.75. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI of 62.44, which is just above average. On an hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.18. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover within the last 30 minutes, and RSI at 46.09. On a 5-minute interval, more... It looks like even amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 57.15. You still there, Adam?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Did you want to show that OBV?
Yeah, we can talk about it and throw some thoughts at it.
Yeah, let's see it. Quailman wants to know, can you tell me what gloves in Spanish is?
No.
Guantes? I don't get it.
It's a weird question to ask.
I'm dense. I'm super dense.
We need more context. Does Robin wear gloves?
Only when he's around Batman. Oh man. All right, talk about this OBV.
Okay, so on balance volume, you know, I think you and I, we've tried to set this up, even in the past. If you try to apply the same rule, it should basically mean the same no matter what throughout. Is it 100%? Maybe this one might actually have more, positive insight or truth to it on what the stock should be doing. So this rule that I want to simply put out is that anything blue above the stock, if we make this proportion equal to the stock trading currently. So anything above the blue, they need to settle that ledger, that those shares that are on the ledger on balance. So what do? They have to increase the price in order to get them back and buy them back, thus making everything that's on balance either at the price or below. Um, and they're able to continue to sell off and liquidate those price. Then once the price falls below, it's on balance. You can see that they've started taking on more shares again. It's basically putting more shares back on balance because we fell below the point at which it is. So what happens? They gotta alleviate it, or at least get it back. So the price goes up and does what it does. And look what happened. On balance never went down below the ledger. Buy button was removed. So what happens? All this stayed stacked on top, and that's why eventually we got what is up into June. I haven't changed or adjusted this, but if we just keep it as is and we apply that same rule, so anything below the price, it means it's got to come down to it, or relatively same. So if we were to adjust this back up to the top, you're going to see that we've already seen that they're taking on shares. We've dipped well below the on balance price ledger, essentially. And what's happening? They're trying to get back up to it or beyond that in order to basically get past whatever is on the ledger. So if we were to adjust this, I guess rescale it to this section, the same rule applies, right? It's the same. There's a little bit taken on hand and then took off. We have our gaps. Now we have an overage. So what should happen? We should start seeing higher numbers come up, and
An
in
overcorrection.
order to an overcorrection.
Hmm.
We've seen this. We've looked at this on a lot of the other stocks that represent the entire market. So yeah, OBV has it seems to be a pretty good solid indicator to follow. We already had MOASS. It's called stimulus payments. Ha ha ha.
I like Einstein's way of simply putting it. He says OBV is like a magnet for share price. I really think that's actually a great
Yeah.
representation. Show everybody, if you don't mind, if you've got a second, to show them. Was it IWM? I think it was IWM that we needed to see. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was IWM. Is that why is there gaps in the OBV? What is that? I don't think I've ever seen that when okay, it looks different now. Never mind.
So depending on how far back you want to go, right?
Right.
Like here's our surplus, right? So what's got to happen? The price has to, start following it. Same thing. Here's your magnet. Okay, we got too much of a gap. It's got to come back down to it. It's got to come back down to it and correct. Anytime that you have a positive gap right in here, that's a good indication that they're taking it on their balance, and the price is going to start reacting, opposite. So look at this giant gap of iRussell shares and what it's created. Eventually it's got to come back to earth.
Yeah.
So
a lot of overinflated price inside the market, or at least in IWM.
right.
And I think when we pulled SPY, we saw the same thing as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's look.
I think the SPY was the one that was the worst one of them, where when you looked at it, you were just kind of like, wait a minute. This has a huge correction that needs to occur in order to even come close to back into control.
Right. So it depends on like where do we want to make this our calibration representation of, right?
Yeah.
If we want to go back to here in the history, yeah, look, we're all of this, it's on balance on top. So what's going to happen? Okay, we're going to run for a while and try to get caught up, and then we get caught up. Now we're starting to create this gap. Right now we're starting to create this gap, and now we're so overly inflated. Well, let me move this down here. Right now we're so overinflated. I don't even have enough room on here almost. It's got to come back to earth.
Yeah. And the price adjustment that we had, the gap down that we had on this last run down, there's something artificially propping it up from keeping it from falling, which is basically, somebody had mentioned, like, do you think PPT is responsible for keeping this from happening? And I do think that PPT is definitely responsible. I think that some of the actions that the Fed is doing in order to keep this market propped up. I mean, what did we see? We saw 1.7 trillion. They said they were going to start tapering on reverse repo. And what do they do? It's still like it's like going up more. It's going up more, and they're not tapering at all. So there's some definite manually manipulated things happening inside the market to keep it propped up.
Yeah. I mean, what is an ETF, right? What have they been able to do? They've been able to borrow shares to leverage against other stocks, right?
Yeah.
So if this is a representation of
The borrowing of the
them
shares.
borrowing of the shares and them letting it get away to try to, if this is a representation of our market, but on the ledger, they don't have enough to keep up with it, this thing's going to just come crashing down real hard.
You couldn't have said it any better. That is a beautiful way to say that. See, this is Adam's he's like my words person. Like, he knows what it is that I want to say, and he says it so beautifully. And it's like that's why I enjoy, like, just talking to you, because I show you something, and then you're like, you beautifully put it into words. And yeah, that's exactly what this is.
Yeah. So it's just it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time, and I don't know, prepare, plan, and prepare with whatever means you can, and enjoy the ride. So, well, Casey, I am actually gonna hop off here. My wife just got home from teaching a seminar, so I'm gonna go spend the rest of the afternoon with her. And I enjoyed the opportunity to come on here and have these conversations with you always, and hopefully giving some valuable information to the community that we're all in this together. Just continue to go the distance. We didn't come this far just to come this far. Thank you, DFV, setting the tone. Just big picture. We know what potential that the market's heading towards. So, all right.
Thank
Casey,
you, man. I appreciate you coming
again.
on. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you being a part of the community and part of this family, man. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you.
Take care.
Later, brother.
Bye. I feel so empty inside now. He's not here anymore. It's just my voice. I do, guys. I really, this is why after I get done with the show and I sit on a space call for a while, I like hearing your guys' voices. I hear my voice all stinking day long. I love hearing your guys' voices after I'm done, because your guys' voices speak to me. They tell me how you guys are feeling in the community. They tell me what it is that I need to talk about. You guys are important. You really are. Not just saying it. Here we're on a run to 25.01, breaking it. Pam and Paul, I've not seen. I have not seen the video that you're referencing. I'll have to take a look at it. I don't know what you mean, suit, by those were my voices, question mark. I'm not sure what you meant by that, but I have no idea what that means, War Dog. Kevin says Robin partied too hard before roll and panic getting dressed, so they were like, yeah, just go with it. We're getting a nice late run here in the afternoon. This is beautiful. Loving it. Absolutely running it. I'm loving this, and there's absolutely no cell walls in here to keep this from running at the moment. Oh, I'm not in your feed. You had to search for me. I got you. I was like, wait, what? Um, it happens. It happens. It's a nice little launch that we got going on here. It's beautiful. It is touching the upper side of the Bollinger Band, which could mean, and it has printed a TD9, but is still moving upwards. And we may see a little bit of a retracement back down to the simple moving average, just dependent upon how much buy pressure there is. 2 weeks, bro said, I am the chaplain, Colorado. I have no idea what that's in reference to. I feel so empty inside. It is really difficult for me to. War Dog says, Casey, quit messing around. Make the call. Tell him it's okay to let it rip already. Alrighty. I'm going to call him up right now and tell him. I'll just text him. There we go. Text. Spanish channel children's comedy, very old. Okay, yeah, I don't know what that is. Mexican superhero, look it up. Okay. So like, are you really is that just supposed to be funny or is that really who you are? I will look it up. And there's no way that's who you are. I remember that guy. Okay, wait a minute. I remember that guy. I remember seeing him on TV. And you're not him. Apparently, he died on November 28th of 2014. Heart failure. Parkinson's disease at the age of 85. Sorry, 2 weeks, bro. That's not you. Casey's the Mexican superhero. No, don't even start. Wait, are you serious? Like, does that? I didn't see any pictures that look like me. Whatever. That is not me. I don't even see any. There's not even a close resemblance. I don't. What? Not it. Somebody turn up the volume. My volume or the volume of the stock? Tiny investor, I'll give it a watch. I'll give it a watch. I told you guys to start taking your aspirin every single morning. Yeah, see, I feel like Al Borland is what I've gotten more often. Al Borland, who decided to grow his beard out longer. James, I think that is a very strong possibility. Oh man, got indigestion all of a sudden. It's probably this really old coffee I'm drinking. Says old coffee's giving indigestion, goes back for more swigs. Pam and Paul, I'll look into it. All right, let me start writing down some of the things I gotta start looking into. You guys want me to watch Charlie's videos? I mean, I feel like I don't even really need to watch Charlie's video. I know that BlackRock is a major player in the market, and Vanguard too. So I mean, it's not really something I don't already know. But I'll watch it. And then what was the other thing? Let me go and read. Let's see. I gotta read. Okay, you want me to give my opinion about the 4,000 to 6,000 share price range possibly taking place over a full day's market during the MOASS and concepts behind Thomas's video. So let me watch Thomas's video. Thomas who? Let me just look up Thomas and see. I'm pretty sure I've seen Thomas's videos before, but let me just make sure I know who it is. Thomas James. Thomas James videos. I know I've seen him before. Oh, Thomas actually did one of he covered one of my oops. Thomas actually did a cover of one of my DDs that I had done um on Reddit. So let me see if I can figure out which one he's talking about here. Let's look up videos. I'm gonna assume it was the one that says 10,000 per share is 100% possible. Because that looks like I want to talk to Thomas. I want to talk to Thomas. I'm not trying to make fun of him here or anything like that. It's gonna sound like I'm making fun of him, but I really just want to talk to him. I want to see if Thomas talks the way that he does in his video because I know you can tell he edits his videos when he talks, but he always has this like inflection in his voice that he edits on, and it's really kind of interesting to me how he does that. And so I just want to talk to him in real life just to see how he really talks. It's just kind of one of those things that I pick up on, and I'm like, I just want to talk. I want to talk to Thomas real life, one on one, and just be like, dude, how's it going? I just want to see how he normally finishes a sentence and see if he always does it like that. Not Thomas the Train. Francis, I saw that Vanguard and BlackRock video of the lady that was dancing. It was kind of funny. I actually watched it twice. I was like very intrigued as to like it was so choreographed and yet random at the same time that I had to watch it twice. I was just like, that's so weird. Well, I'm not, I don't care. He's still putting out information, right? Um, if there's one thing that I've learned more than anything is that people hate cross social meeting. If that's such a thing. There are people who in Twitter who hate YouTubers. No, no, no. It's a trifecta. People on Reddit hate Twitter people and YouTubers. People on Twitter hate Reddit people and YouTubers. People on YouTube tolerate um, people on YouTube. I don't know. People on YouTube are all over the place. They hate some people and then they like other people, but people on YouTube seem to be the most tolerant about going between different social media platforms. But the one thing that's constant is Twitter people hate all YouTubers and all Reddit people, and people on Reddit hate everybody if they're not on Reddit. And it's just one of the most funniest things that I've ever seen. But the fact of the matter is that he's pulling information from different places and he's reading it. And so if you don't want to go around and dig for the information, you just want somebody who's going to read it to you. That's what he's doing. He has his place. Like it or not, he has his place. I mean, there's probably people who heard about my DD when he read it off, although he did. Since my Reddit name is Cold Steel Bop, he didn't know probably that he was reading my information. Francis says, I don't think he should be putting out price predictions. Um, I don't know. I'm kind of one of those people where like price predictions, I've got like Teflon skin to price predictions where it's like you can just keep hitting me all the. It reminds me of that video of that lady that got hit in the Dorito with the Dorito in the face, but she like and the powder flies everywhere, but you don't see like any Dorito left on her. I'm like Teflon with price predictions. It's just like I don't care, throw them at me. It doesn't matter. But I do know that price predictions do. Affect people psychologically, and so I try not to give price predictions that are like I mean, here I do give price predictions all day long. I try to give more volume predictions. The price predictions I always say, or I give a disclaimer that they're just for fun, and there's no meaning really behind it, and you shouldn't be trading on it. I don't know if Biden spoke or not. I don't even know if I want to watch. MC5 says I'm new to all of this. Should I just jump in and buy AMC? I think there's some very important things that you should know about AMC before just jumping in on it, MC5, and I think that you should check out the description box and kind of look over some of the things. I think you should. I think anytime you're investing in any stock, you should know what it is that you're getting into. First and foremost, there is something very complex that's going on here, and you really need to understand what it is that you're involving yourself with before you get into this play. But by all means, go to my description box, read up what's in there, and then start going places to start researching, maybe like Reddit. There's some good information on Reddit that you can find under the subreddit AMC Stock, not with an S, just AMC Stock. There is two different ones. There's a lot of really good places you can get information, but always do your DD, your due diligence, whenever it is that you're getting into a stock play. It doesn't matter what it is. Go out and research it. You know, this is there's something that's been happening here for over a year that you need to understand what's going on before you jump into this. Apes wants to know if, yes, it's okay for you, Ape. Doctor says BlackRock may very well be the Goliath behind this market fuckery, and I wouldn't disagree with that. I'll check into it, Pam, Pam and Paul, when I can. No promises. I'll probably talk about it tomorrow if I see you on tomorrow, or next time I see you. I probably won't get around to it on my break today, but I'll try to watch it tonight. Yeah, I understand what you mean, Francis. Price targets and floors, I think, are a bad idea. I think using trading indicators is a much better way to being for all of us to be more successful. All of us, right? The longer we all hold, the more money. Man, the way I say that, the more money we can, the longer we can hold, the more we can make. Duh. I'm serious though. The longer we literally hold, the more money we can make. It's not it's not even supposed to be funny, but that's what, it comes down to. So when everybody starts setting up price targets, floors, and ceilings and all that kind of stuff, all you're doing is setting up points at which those who are against AMC moving up in price can use against the entire community. No, and it actually went down, Red Dog. Shares on loan is down to 132.6. It actually moved down about 5 million shares from yesterday. Doctor says, I don't know if I've ever heard you explain this something that's been happening for over a year on this play. Actually, I don't think, Doctor, we've ever had somebody come on here and say, I'm brand new to this. Should I just jump in? I've never had anybody ask that question, and I don't think you should just jump in on this play. I think you should look very heavily at what's been happening and familiarize yourself with what it is you're involving yourself with, and know that a lot of people, a lot of people who have gotten in on this play have seen red before they ever see green. There are some people who still see red at this point in time. And it's important to know what diamond handing means. It's important to understand why buying and holding works. There's so much. The complexities to this play is very expansive, and I think anybody new who's getting into this should know that. They should, just telling somebody buy and hold. Yeah, it's easy. It is easy, but it's not. It's not. You're gonna get tested. You're gonna get tested. It's gonna be hard, both on the way down and on the way up. Um, but the potential for earnings is amazing. Absolutely amazing. So familiarize yourself. Dan, Dan says, Dan, I've seen you on here before. New Ape here as of 2 p.m. Bought 3 shares. What time is the MOASS tomorrow? Asking because I have a tan booked at noon and I'm getting my nails done at 3. If you guys, I know you guys are going to just play so many April Fool's jokes on me tomorrow. I can just feel it already. I know it's coming. 2 weeks bro says, I just want to make enough money to go back to eating ramen noodles. Cookie Monster, I'm just going to blink a bunch of times. It all depends on us. We get to decide how high this is going to go. We do. We get to decide that. Yes, general corruption in the market, for sure, Doctor. But also in this play, also in this specific play as well. Why is there more corruption or seemingly more corruption on this play than others? Yeah, I hear you, Joe, and I wouldn't disagree with what you're saying there. That's why I got to be really careful about what I say. Nothing that I do is financial advice. It is not. It's your money, it's your choice. I've said that so many times on this channel. I can't even begin to express how many times I've said it. It is your money. It is your choice, but if you're gonna make choices, make smart choices. Make educated choices. Just don't just jump into the water and um, YOLO into something without knowing what it is that you're doing ever. Ever. It's your money, it's your choice. You should be making smart choices with your money. Be educated. The world we live in now has information galore at your fingertips. Use it. Educate yourself. Paper trade. Those are all really good things to do. Make sure you understand what you're doing in the stock market before you get in full fledged. And for crying out loud, if your company owns or if your company has a 401k and you get some kind of like matching to the 401k, take advantage of that. That's just basic. That's free money. And if your boss didn't tell you that you should take advantage of that free money, then he's a bad boss. Bert, take care, man. Have a good lunch. Here's the thing, Francis, and I like what it is that you're saying, but should you be afraid of that? Should you be afraid? Here's the problem. Everybody jumped ship. Uh, I shouldn't say everybody. A lot of people jumped ship, obviously, when they took away the buy button on GME, or otherwise it would have never gone out in price. This is why it's so important for me to tell you guys that these circuit breakers that trip should not scare you. Because if you start jumping ship when those circuit breakers go off as we're moving up, that's going to be the catalyst that causes us to come down. It'll be the catalyst that causes us to come down. So them taking away buy buttons or them taking away um, or them tripping circuit breakers on the way up, those shouldn't scare you. I agree, doctor. Not for me, daddy. Not for me. This is not wife changing money for me. Do you guys really want to hear Biden? I can put him on. He's not going to be as funny as AP. Just saying. I mean, he's not going to be nearly as funny. I'll put him on though. Hmm. I don't see anything. Oh wait, here it is. Sorry, 1 second, guys.
It's also a moment of patriotism. I want to acknowledge those companies that have already announced they're increasing immediate production. They're investing money to produce more oil and also clean technology we need to reduce our dependence on oil in the future. They have everything they need, nothing standing in their way. And they've indicated they will be producing an extra 1 million barrels of oil per day, probably starting as early as this fall. That's progress. But some companies have been pretty blunt. They don't want to increase supply because Putin's price hike means higher profits. One CEO even acknowledged that they don't care if the price of a barrel of oil goes to $200 a barrel. They're not going to step up the production. I say enough. Enough of lavishing excessive profits on investors and payouts and buybacks when the American people are watching. The world is watching. U.S. oil companies made nearly $80 billion in profit last year. And this year, those profits are expected to continue to soar. This is the time, not the time to sit on record profits. It's time to step up for the good of your country, the good of the world, to invest in immediate production that we need to respond to Vladimir Putin, to provide some relief for your customers, not investors and executives. Look, I'm a capitalist. I have no problem with corporations turning a good profit. But companies have an obligation that goes beyond just their shareholders, to their customers, their communities, and their country. No American company should take advantage of a pandemic or of Vladimir Putin's actions to enrich themselves at the expense of American families. Investing those profits in production and innovation. That's what they should do. Invest in your customers. And it isn't just like, it's not a patriotic thing. It is good for your business as well. Right now, oil and gas industry is sitting on nearly 9,000 unused but approved permits for production on federal lands, or more than 1 million unused acres they have a right to pump on. Families can't afford to let companies sit on their hands. So, to help execute this first part of my plan, I'm calling for a use it or lose it policy. Congress should make companies pay fees on wells on federal leases they haven't used in years, and acres of public land they're hoarding without production. Companies that are already producing from these wells won't be affected, but those sitting on unused leases and idle wells will either have to start producing or pay the price for their inaction. Look, the action I'm calling for will make a real difference over time. But the truth is, it takes months, not days, for companies to increase production. That's why the next part of my plan is so important. Today, I'm authorizing the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months, over 180 million.
Okay. I don't think I'm having a problem. I'm still getting data here. I've got an excellent connection according to YouTube. For some reason, I think he ended his speech, and so now it's going into a. All right, he must have ended his speech there. He got shorted. He got shorted. You guys are gonna get all political in here, and you're gonna get in trouble. You're gonna get in trouble with each other. There's all kinds of people here, guys. There's all kinds of people who are in this play together. Yeah, Crazy Peppy, I'm telling you. It's my internet for sure. Dial up. take care 2 weeks, bro. Yeah, you guys. You guys are gonna get political on me. Why do we have to go there? 2 minutes. 2 minutes before I check the numbers. You guys are letting the system tear you apart, and it's not how we're gonna fix things. We're not gonna fix things by making it about Trump people or by Biden people, or we're not gonna fix anything so long as we continue to have an attitude where we look at things based off of political parties. We're just not. We're just going to continue to go down the road of just more crap so long as we continue to make this about a political side. And you don't have to agree with me, and I'm going to be that middleman guy who you all can just throw your stones at me if you want to. And if it makes you feel better, that's fine. But I'll take it. I'll take those stones. Start throwing them at me instead. I'll start talking about stuff you guys don't want to hear. You guys don't make it about political stuff. It's not going to get you anywhere. It's not going to fix anything. There you go. AMC to the moon. There you go. Let's start with what we can at least fix. Let's start with what we can at least fix. Focus on the things that matter instead of trying to make it about us, you versus me, or us versus them. You guys have a common enemy, and I say you guys. we have a common enemy, and all this is trying to do is get us to start fighting inside of ourselves. We have a common enemy to focus on, and it's not amongst ourselves. It's just not. You know, let's fix this economy. Let's fix this economy. We don't need a party. We don't need a party to fix this economy. We can be in just average retail investors. No political affiliation whatsoever. Yes, time. Let's take a look at the numbers. I'm logging into Fidelity. Off exchange. 54.41% and 11.59 as of an hour ago. Let's refresh it and see where we're at now. 56.34 and 11.37. So we definitely have some price suppression going on in the off exchange by quite a bit. If you add the two numbers together, we're getting about 67.6, 67.71. That's pretty high. That's really high for the off exchange, especially in a day where SSR is tripped. I'm actually really surprised how high that is. Like it bothers me so much that you guys are like fighting about it that I just never want to play like anything political ever again on here. I just don't. It's like I hate seeing you guys fight. It's just it hurts me. It hurts me inside to see you guys like acting like this. You know what I'm saying? Like stop. 314,000 shares having been returned as of an hour ago. It's to 303,000 shares, which means they've borrowed a few shares, but not enough to really change anything with the estimated current short share interest of the free float, which is now at 20.34%. The cost to borrow average is 1.78%. Let's take a look at the options. I'm gonna find my happy little place here. I'm gonna find a little tree, maybe like 40 acres of land. I don't know, maybe 200 acres of land. Nice little tree. Maybe a happy little brook that just flows through. Beautiful sunset with nice fluffy clouds. Who doesn't love fluffy clouds? Such a hard word to say, fluffy. I used to have a cat named Fluffy. Beat that brush. Just beat the devil out of it. At a $25 strike price, an hour ago there was 37.9 thousand contracts. There's now 47.8. On the put side, at a $24 strike price, there was 28.3 thousand contracts. There's now 30,000 contracts. Find the happy place. Find your zen. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC still in fourth position with 57% buys to 43% sales. And GME has moved up a spot from 10th to 9th with 52% buys to 48% sales. SSR is triggered at $23.11. It's triggered from yesterday. We haven't triggered today, so SSR would be off for tomorrow. Shares available to borrow, 250,000 shares with 4.2 million in the ETFs. They did borrow 50,000 shares out of the ETFs and 1 o'clock, so 2. It doesn't look like they've borrowed any additional shares out of the ETFs. Out of the available shares, so just 50,000 more shares. That's going to put us at 3.4 million shares borrowed for the day today. Yesterday was 3.7. The fees for the borrowing has gone from 1.5 down to 1.2. Calls, we have 69.1 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 199,000 contracts out of the money on the calls. That's numbers under 200K, which is good to see. I'm glad that's the case. 157,000 contracts are still out of the money on the puts. The Nasdaq is down 0.61, Dow Jones is down 0.57, S&P 500 is down 0.49. We currently have 4,298 decliners to 3,351 advancers. The market is declining as seen by red. The VIX is up 3.05, IWM is down 0.37, Tesla's down 0.3, Amazon down 0.71, Cinemark down 0.26, Doge is down 3.15. Bitcoin is down 2.87. GME is up 3.54. Our gold mine is down 2.65. Hood is down 6.42, and AMC is down 1.67. Our inflow versus outflow, we currently have a number that's it's only 2 million. Yeah, 98 million shares. $98 million more of inflow than outflow. No, sorry, $97 million. Bad math. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for about 94.5 million shares traded for the day-to-day. I had suggested somewhere between 90 to 110 million shares. We had dropped underneath my pace earlier, so we've definitely had a spike up in volume. Some of these minutes in here are, some of these larger minutes are around 500,000 shares a minute. We're currently running around I want to say right around like 170,000 shares a minute with 128 minutes left to go. That's like 21.7 million more shares. So 67, 77, 87. Oh, it'll be really close to 90. I mean, it's like super, super close. If we keep up this kind of average share volume at around 170,000 shares a minute, we should hit really close to 90. We'll probably hit over 90 in the aftermarket hours. On the weekly interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.88. On a daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.49. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover currently happening with RSI at 42.09. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.04. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with what appears to be an imminent crossover here within maybe like 10 or 15 minutes with RSI at 53.12. Price has been moving downwards here. We printed a TD9 on the way down and never actually returned back up. Maybe a little bit right here, but not really that much. So it's just continuously moving down here. It's actively being shorted right now. What is 400? Keep trading it sideways. A lot of orders are going through at a 400 number, which is an indicator for trade it sideways. Now I'm starting to see some. I'm seeing a lot of different numbers here. I'm seeing a lot of 100s, which is I need shares, which they're not loaning for some reason. So not sure what that's all about. I see 400s as well, which is keep trading it sideways, but the stock price is moving down. Seeing a lot of 400s, which is keep it trading sideways. But yet the price is moving down. Oops. You guys done yet? I really suck at painting, War Dog. We've got this place called I think it's called Painting with a Twist. And what you do is you go to this you go to a business establishment where they have a bunch of easels set up and paints and all that kind of good stuff, and then they have a particular painting that you can sign up for. And then as a group of people, you're in a class and they teach you how to paint whatever it is that the painting is that you sign up for. My wife and I have done that several times together. It's a really fun thing to do if you have one of those in your neighborhood or something like that. It's called Painting with a Twist. You might have something similar. Maybe it's called something different. It does seem like it's a little bit of a kind of like one of those businesses that somebody's created somewhere, an idea they've created somewhere, and it just like people buy into it to get a um, I forget. I don't know what they call those like businesses where like people just sign up for them and it's like a new hot trend. But anyways, it's really fun. Number one, because there's alcohol involved if you want there to be, so you can drink while you're painting, and I've learned I am no Bob Ross by any means. I am really heavy on the paint, super heavy on the paint. I don't have a good stroke. My apparently I'm not I don't have I'm not smooth, but it is really fun. It's great to take a date if you don't have it, if you're gonna need to take a date someplace and do something, it's a lot of fun. You can learn how fast your date is at painting and learn if they're an artist or not. Dr. Zena says I sold kidney stone to buy more shares. Space Ape says Mr. Book's analysis on AMC will shoot up to 40s and back down to low 20s very soon, then rocket. You guys agree? I mean, I would have to see like, I mean, that's like a 50% drop in price. That's a 50% drop in price, Space Ape, and we normally don't see 50% drop in prices until you're in MOASS. Like, for example, like one of GME's first 50% drops. I'm just gonna pull it up real quick in here and look. One of GME's first 50% drops didn't occur until 125. And I think most of you would agree that on 125, they were definitely in MOASS. And that's when they were at 100. They went from $136 to $65. It was a 52.2% drop in price, based on the way that I track synthetic price failures. And I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we're there yet. And when we do see a 50% drop in price, I think we will be in the hundreds. I very much believe that to be the case. So I'm going to say no. But that doesn't mean that I'm like disrespecting his theory. I see things a little bit different. That's all. I just want to make that really clear because I feel like before I've don't necessarily agree with other people's opinions, and that doesn't mean that I'm right and they're wrong. And I'm not trying to crap on their DD or what it is that they have, that they think is. I just see it differently. It's okay. It doesn't really matter to me who's right or who's wrong. I just see it different. As far as kitchen sink goes, Space Ape, I'll show it to you. I will show you what a kitchen sink looks like. Do you see that big old green line sitting right there? And then here's our utilization. Think that has anything in common with each other? 100% it does. The security lending, the lending that occurred on that day on February 8th. Actually, the lending occurred on the 7th, but the utilization didn't show 100% until the 8th, just because of how it reports on a daily basis. The security lending of 70 million shares has not been returned, otherwise utilization would have decreased by now. So when I say the kitchen sink, 70 million shares are waiting out there to be thrown at us. And they're still out there. Otherwise, our utilization will be back down here where it was before it jumped up really high. We would still be in the 80s. So that's the kitchen sink. And it should be really obvious that that is massive compared to what we've seen from the past. Because there's nothing like that out there. Nothing. Not prior to the January run, not during the June run. This is by far the biggest spike in that security lending volume. Go look up what security lending volume is. It's a short-term loan, and it's been there for 37 days, which is not short-term, which means somebody wants to hold on to it so bad they're willing to pay exorbitant amounts of interest on it. That's a kitchen sink. And I'm not angry. I get passionate when I talk about certain things. Hold up. Oh, that's our gold mine, and that's actually the cost to borrow max. The average is 61.86, but that's the gold mine HYMC. I mean, I don't want to give dates, Shang. I'm just saying in the past we've seen some crazy things happen 3 to 4 days after we tripped SSR in a situation like we're in right now. No dates, no specific dates, just, I mean, I'll tell you one thing. I'll drag that back over again and show you this. I'll say this for sure. Uh, our indicator that I really like to look at the most is on loan average age per day, and I really think this signals a lot when you're going to have price movement upwards. The first big, well, I shouldn't say big. One of the first drops on that was right back here on March 2nd. It found a bottom, and our price run up started happening shortly after that. And you can see each time this dropped, you can see each one of the price movements upwards that we took. Now, right now, that on loan average age per day is still trending upwards. I think we need to see that drop. It really has to start dropping for us to start seeing that next big run that's coming. So you need, whenever I talk about on loan average age per day in the mornings, that's what we're waiting on to see have like a big drop, like you see back here. I'm waiting to see that drop. Sam says, when we see AMC squeeze, we are all going to regret waiting for the share price to drop from any level to buy more. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Yeah, I apologize, Space Ape. I wasn't trying to be. I just get passionate when I talk about certain things. That's all. What's the worst scenario? I don't think that there is a worst scenario. I just think that it means that you're going to see the price jump to some really high number in the 100s, and then it's going to come crashing down like 50%. That's the worst case scenario. So you're going to have to sit there and watch the price drop 50%, maybe twice in one single day. And if you can stomach that, if you can watch the price drop twice in a single day, 50%, and without batting an eyelid, you're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. I mean, why did I laugh at that? That's terrible. I mean, that's not really that fun. I mean, It is. It's funny because I don't think it's really going to happen, but if it does happen, I'll feel bad. I don't want anybody jumping off of buildings or anything or out of windows. It's not a bad thing, Space Ape. It's just it's um it's part of the process. All right, my wife says it's break time. She's got food for me, so I'm gonna go to break. I'll see you guys back here for a toast at 2 o'clock. I love how she like redirected me and was like, "It's break time," and I love that. Thank you, hun. No, I'm serious. Let me put the message up on the screen and put some music on. I'll see you guys back at 2 o'clock for the toast. Don't forget, guys, tomorrow at the end of the show, I will have an interview with Tony Denaro. So that will be a standalone show. You guys are more than welcome to show up and ask your own questions after I ask mine. And I'll see you guys in a bit. Well, it's that time of the day, guys. Time to wrap it all up. We're going to do the toast like we normally do at the end of the day. Today, I'm going to toast to health to the ones that I love and wealth to the ones that love me. I love you all. No homo. Cheers. What the heck is up with you guys? All right, let's take a look at our numbers. I don't even want to know what you guys are talking about. Let's take a look at these numbers. I got my beard's itchy. It's my face. Alrighty, taking a look at the numbers here, guys. Orders by Fidelity customers. That's not what I'm going to talk about. Off exchange, right here next to my head, 56.34 an hour ago, and 11.34 or 11.37 in the EDGX. Let's update that and see where we're at now. 57.88% in the off exchange, and the CBOE EDGX is at 11.1. Not a whole lot of price discovery being hidden through the ETFs, but the off exchange is certainly high. The combined total of those two numbers, almost 69%, almost 68.98%. 68.98%. That's pretty high. It's like almost 5% higher than normal. My wife brought Schlotzsky's home, so we ate some Schlotzsky's, and I told her, I said, I don't want to go back. I'm going to take a nap. It's nap time. It feels like nap time when I get done with this beer, and I'm just going to feel like really, really tired. I can tell I'm probably going to pass out today. Borrowed change. An hour ago was 303,000 shares having been returned, is now 308,000 shares being returned. That's not going to have much of effect on estimated current short share interest of the free float, which is at 20.34%. The cost to borrow average is 1.78, with the max being at 6.91. Let's take a look at options. At a $25 strike price, an hour ago, the highest amount of volume was 47.8 thousand contracts. It is now 52.2. Those are in the money as I speak. On the puts, at a $24 strike price, 30,000 contracts. An hour ago, now 31.2. The options are signaling for a close somewhere between $24 and $25. So I think it might really come down to becoming a fight for $25. Today might be a 25.01 day, and if that's the case, I'll miss it by 2 cents, which will really just frost my cake. But at least somebody got it right the day, though. And I think, in fact, everybody else will have gotten a point besides me. Everybody else will get a point but myself. Serves me right for going low. Let's see, what's next here? One second, I'm going to move a couple screens over. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently in 4th position with 56% buys to 44% sales. It's a little bit lower than I'd like to see. GME moving it up again one more spot to 8th position with 51% buys to 49% sales. SSR trigger price would have been $23.11, which means at this point in time, we're not looking like we're going to trigger SSR. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Zilch, zero, nada. Fee is at 1.2%. 69.1 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 199.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls. 157.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. Who are you calling a puts? NASDAQ is down 0.38%, Dow Jones is down 0.57%, and the S&P 500 is down 0.47%. We have currently 4,229 decliners to 3,413 advancers. The VIX is up 3%. IWM is down 0.29. Tesla is down 0.39. Amazon is down 0.41. Cinemark down 0.4, Doge is down 2.86, Bitcoin is down 2.55, GME is up 3.81, HYMC is down 6.69, Hood is down 5.05, and AMC is down 2.39%. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow, we currently have a $102 million spread with more inflow than outflow. Don't ask. How is that possible? I know it's the question everybody wants to know. How is it possible we can have lower or higher inflow by $100 million and yet prices down 2 point something percent? Off exchange, price discovery being hidden through off exchange, and number one, and number two, short ladder down attacks on price through the order book. It's the only way. It's manipulation. 45 minutes left in the trading day. We're on pace for about 86.9 million shares for the day today. I suggested that it would be somewhere between 90 and 110 million shares for the day today. So we're going to be a little bit shy of my prediction. Looks like we're going to be about 3 million short, maybe really close to 3 million short. I don't know, maybe the aftermarket hours will bump it up a little bit and we'll hit just 90. On the weekly, we're starting to see a little bit more volume popping up here on the weekly, aren't we? Inflow versus outflow. We have more buying pressure than, what am I saying? Not inflow versus outflow. On the vortex indicator, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure and an RSI of 51.11. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.27. On the hourly, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure. It looks like buying pressure wants to take over and cross over the buying pressure, but not happening as of yet. RSI at 41.42. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.84. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.01. We're definitely primed to start moving up in price based on what I'm seeing on RSI. Volatility is definitely high enough for us to start making a move. But volume is remaining kind of low in these last half hour or so. It is not root beer KO. This is beer. It's called Thirsty Goat is what I drink. It's a local it's a local amber ale that causes me to not be able to speak correctly. Thirsty Goat is my beer of choice. It's got a real skunky kind of aftertaste to it. It's not for everybody. It just isn't. Not everybody's gonna like it. Pebble says it's a filthy goat cheese. It's the goat. You gotta drink the. Ugh, that sounds yucky. You gotta drink the goat. Sure, Steven. I'll tell you how we're gonna win. Go back to June. Go back to January of last year. We buy and we hold. It's gonna happen. Thick saying, use your 5 whys, Steven. Know why you're involved in this play. Know what you're involved for. What are you convicted in? Ever since they stopped us from running, we are now down almost $10. Stephen, I know you've been around for a while, so I'm going to ask you this question. And I'm not trying to, well, I am singling you out, but I'm not doing it on purpose. I mean, it's not anything against you, I promise. But how long have you been in this play? And I'm not trying to make fun of you or anything like that. It's a serious question. How long have you been a part of the play? And unfortunately, because there's like a 10 to 25-second delay, it takes forever. It seems like eons for the answer to come through. AMC Wild says a year next month. Okay. AMC Wild says hedge funds are trapped. We already won. So you remember what this was like a year ago. You remember what it was like to run up through May and June. You know that the system works. Why didn't you sell in May and June of last year? People ask me the same question. People ask me how come I didn't sell back in May and June. Why didn't you sell in May and June? You knew this could go further, right? That would be my guess. My guess is you knew that $72 was not the end. I had technical data that told me that it wasn't the end, and that's why I didn't sell. So, excuse me. Why do we keep shooting up in price? Why is it that they continuously let this happen? Why did May and June happen when January had already happened? If they could have fixed the system after January of last year, then why did May and June happen? I actually had an opportunity, Stephen, where I was on a space call. The space call was called, what did it say? It was something like why AMC won't squeeze, get your information here or something like I forget what it was. It was one of those FUD rooms, right, where they're basically in there trying to tell everybody, we're here to protect you, and the play that you're in is a bad play, and here's why. We'll tell you why. And I was determined to go up into the call and ask a question that I felt would trap them in their spots. Because I'll tell you, there's one thing I've never had happen in 23 years of trading. I've never once had an opportunity where I've been in a play where I've literally had people try to advertise to me why I shouldn't be a part of it. Never. Never in a million years, not 23 years. Never in 23 years have I had that happen before. So I went up there and I got to the top and I asked the question. I said, if there's no squeeze potential in AMC, then why did we start to run in May and June? And the short position people who were talking started discussing amongst themselves, and they said they started arguing against each other at first, and then they said, well, it was a gamma run where the stock was improperly hedged for, and so the stock price started running. And before they would let me ask the next question, because it was a two-part question that I had for them, before they could let me ask the next part, they kicked me down and moved on and wanted to talk to the next person. But the next part of that question would have been, then why didn't they fix it from January? Why didn't they stop it from happening if that was the same thing that caused January's run up? Because I knew that's what they were going to try and say. You know, they were going to sit there and say, well, it was a gamma squeeze on GME, and that'll never happen again. Well, it did. It did happen again, and it happened on AMC. So why won't it happen again? Why is it that they can't balance the books in a way that they can't keep this from running eventually? And it's because they can't control buying and holding. They can continue to try to manipulate to try and get us to sell our positions, But if we don't actually sell, eventually it pops. They can't manipulate the system in such a way to where it benefits them to where they win. So that's the answer. It's happened twice. There's nothing to suggest that they've done anything to fix it from happening again, as seen by the last couple, well, since what? Price started running up on $3.15 of this month. We had how many days this is in a row? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days in a row of running up in price. They've done nothing to fix this. Oh yeah, I forgot to show you guys this. So we were breaking out of this really big, huge, long wedge that I've got drawn out here, right? We were breaking out the top of this wedge, and we hit the top of the wedge here, and then we broke back down inside. So we broke down of an ascending parallel channel going up, and we hit the top side of this wedge heading down here. I think we could have another move towards breaking out again. Well, I mean, what's going on now that wasn't happening back then? It is crime war. Well, I mean, there's definitely some very shady stuff going on, and I would call it crime too, War Dog. Uh, my opinion. But um, the great thing about buy and hold is it doesn't matter. It still works, crime or no crime. It's the beautiful simplicity of the entire plan that attracted me to it in the first place. I was like, this is just so dumb that it could actually work. It's true. Like when it's so simple, when it's as simple as just buying and holding shares, and it doesn't get anything harder than that, it can work because nobody really has to do anything. They just buy and hold, and that's it. End of story. Boop, mic drop. I mean, it's just really simple. It's really, really, really simple, and it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. That happened several times last time, Steven. And I remember them. I was at the beach at the time when it happened. In fact, if you went back and you looked at the history, say if you went back to Reddit and you looked in Reddit, you would be able to find the price halts in the history of Reddit that happened last year. I can't even tell you how many times the price halted last year. I remember them very, very vividly. I woke up in the morning. We were getting ready to head out to the beach. And I was watching the price, and there was just like halts, like one after another, just like constant halts the entire time. So I know this is nothing new. And if you were involved back then, you should probably remember those too, because there were lots of them, lots of price halts on the way up. I'll help you out with that search too. Here you go. So I literally typed in price halt. I searched within the past year on AMC stock, and I'll just link you to the very first one that popped up at the very top, and I'll just post it up here for you to see. And the title of it says, every time the price halts and goes down, immediately afterwards it goes up. Must be because we aren't budging. Laugh out loud. Stupid hedgies. That was 10 months ago. 10 months ago that was posted. So that would have been May. Sometime in May that post came through. Let's see. We'll look for another 10-month-old one. That one's 11 months. I want 10 months. Here's one that was posted before it actually went down. Posted 9 months ago saying, FYI for newer apes, when stock price goes up or down extremely quickly, it will be halted for a short period of time. When this happens, order flow looks like this. Here you go. This is a great one. Here's another one. There's another one for you to read. "10 months ago. Can someone explain this? When it halted for the first time." Here we go. 10 months ago. I mean, you can go back and you can look. There's like tons of instances where it's happened before. Thick says, "Party like it's 1999." I love that song, man. You know what? Thick, my wife graduated. Oh, maybe I'm dating her by saying this. Well, too late. I already started to say it. She graduated in 1999, and that was their theme song or something like that. What a cool year that would have been to graduate, huh? You're welcome, Stephen. And I'm not trying to get on you, Stephen, at all. I'm really not. I'm just trying to help remember. I'm helping you to remember what happened back then, because it really is important. It's important for you to remember history and understand that we're just simply going through the process that it takes to get us where it is that we need to get to. Me either, Thick. You and me both, man. I hate words. So hard, so unnecessary. They can only do harm. Gnosis says this whole game not only allowed us to learn a lot about technical stuffs and overall market mechanisms, but psycho mentality preparation for holding the nerves and emotions. If you've mastered it. A lot less. I liked it when you said brushes first, Steven. I like brushes better. Just go beat the devil out of it. Oh man, I can't agree with you more, Francis. That's right, OIP. There's a wealth of knowledge on that website, on that subreddit. There's absolutely a wealth of knowledge. And if you just take some time to go back in history and take a look at what actually happened, you can go back and you can see what happened during those periods of time and see what was happening on a moment to moment basis. You can learn something from the past. You can absorb it, um, use it to your knowledge, make it ammunition for you as a defense mechanism. What do they call it on tanks when the tanks have like they have like anti something armor on them? That's right. Get your brushes out. Oh, Doug, you haven't missed anything. You haven't missed anything. Thank you, Duncan. Reactive armor. Go back in history and study up on what happened prior to June, and just know that history is going to repeat itself, and just consider that your reactive armor. Let the armor take the damage, and that way you won't have to. Boris said cannon fodder. No, it's not cannon fodder. It is reactive armor. Oh, look, here we go. Here's another one. I like this one. PSA for those who need to hear it. This is 10 months ago that somebody wrote this. This was Catorally 23 wrote, for those who need to hear it, if we get to a point where there are halts, it's normal and nothing to get it in a twist about. It's a built-in measure with large price swings to let people breathe and get orders in. Here's one. Check this out. You guys might really like this one. That last one that I just posted is kind of cool. It says, looks like they borrowed just in time for the halt and then drive the price down. And they're showing where there was a halt. It looks like the date was June 2nd. They showed that there was a price halt. They also show borrowing of shares occurring at 12:32 on June 2nd. Look at the fee. The fee is 11.1%. What are we at right now? I forgot. 1.2. Wow. Big difference. Here you go. Here's one that was posted. It doesn't have it just says 10 months ago, so I wish I had like the exact day. So unfortunately we can't tell what day it was exactly. But there's another one. And this one says, can you imagine the incoming price coming? 4 halts. Haha, can you imagine where all this go? An effing moon baby, hold. Not financial advice. Posted 10 months ago. They said that we had 4 halts in one day. I don't know what day it was because it says 10 months ago, but obviously it was that would had to have been in May. Thank you, Mom. I did mention it earlier on the show, but as my mom said, guys, don't forget that today is the last day for you to redeem your AMC owners NFT tokens. Boris says, "Hey Casey, why are chicken coops always built with 2 doors?" Something about sedans. I don't know why. Why, Boris? Because otherwise it would be a chicken sedan. No, OIP, this is the original one, but today is the deadline for collecting that original NFT. Believe it or not, OIP, I haven't collected mine yet. I was waiting for somebody to say, "Hey, I didn't collect mine and I needed, can you help me out with it?" But nobody ever said anything. To get the eggs out? That's War Dog saying it. That's not the answer. I knew it. Chicken sedans, because the ones with 4 doors are chicken sedans. I knew it. I'm just gonna say, Boris, that is definitely a dad joke. I liked it though. I'm not gonna answer for her, Francis. I could, but I'm not going to. I'll let it come out of her mouth or her fingers. Does anybody know if Trey's mom's an AMC ape? I'm just kind of curious. Good old boys, I'm pretty certain that they set it up so that people outside the US could get it as well. But you would have had to have gotten an email about getting you should have gotten an email, but you would have had to have signed up for it a long time ago. So I'm not 100% certain about it. I would have to have somebody on here comment who's from outside of the US. So Duncan's outside the US and he said he could. What has teeth but never eats? Comb. I don't. That one didn't make me laugh, Doug. It made me laugh to not laugh about it. Check your whatever they call that, the junk mail. Check your junk mail, good old boys. There's a chance that you may have gotten it in your junk mail. You should check your junk mail, Rowan. If you sign up if you didn't sign up before with the Investor Connect, you wouldn't have, you won't get it now. It would have had to been something you would have had to have done before. So the only thing you'd be looking for now is that email from AMC saying that you had your NFT assigned to you. Why don't eggs tell each other jokes? Because they crack each other up. I'm guessing. I've never heard that one before. That's pretty funny though. I was right. The ultimate joke ruiner. Yeah. Check your junk or spam email, guys, because it may have gone there. Why is the ocean blue? War Dog, sounds like you guys want movie trivia. We can do movie trivia again. We got like 15 minutes left here. Let's do some movie trivia. Why is the ocean blue? I know well, I've heard it's because of the. No, I think the sky is blue because of the ocean. I don't know. I forget which way it goes. Let's see here. I feel like some of these websites take all their movie trivia questions from like the same. Ooh, we're gonna do horror movie trivia questions today because I feel like every single one of these ones that I click on has like all the same questions. All right. Pebbles. Pebbles says it's because the fish go blue, 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 blue. All right, here we go. What eerie film is credited with coining the notorious phrase, "Do you like horror movies?" I probably didn't do that good enough. What eerie film is credited with coining the notorious phrase, "Do you like horror movies?" I can't believe how old this is. It's showing the date. Extra credit if you can remember the date. Scream is correct. Scream is correct. The first correct answer came from Hyuntae Song. Congratulations on that. What year? Anybody for that bonus credit? What year that was? That movie was released? 1996 from Red Dog. That is correct. Guys, hit live. Hit live to make sure you're live on the stream. And it's my fault that you're not live, not your fault. Just hit live on the screen and make sure you're live so that you're getting the questions as fast as you possibly can. All right, I know I feel old too, Duncan. When I saw 1996, I was like, "Damn, that was like 2 years after I graduated high school. That's messed up." The synopsis below most accurately represents what horror film? A research team in Antarctica is hunted by a shape-shifting alien that assumes the appearance of its victims. The synopsis below most accurately represents what horror film? A research team in Antarctica is hunted by a shape-shifting alien that assumes the appearance of its victims. Duncan with the answer is correct. The Thing. That's correct. Sir Poker. I think Sir Poker's going to put Evil Dead on everything. Oh man, that's going to crack me up, Sir Poker. In which horror film does the phrase "the power of Christ compels you" appear? That's an easy one. The Exorcist is right, again by Duncan. Apparently Duncan has the fastest internet in here. Either that or he's just a really quick typer. What was a 1953 horror film remade in 2005 with Paris Hilton in the lead role? I did not know this one. I'm kind of curious if my wife can get it. Wait. Hold on a second. I got to text her and tell her. She'll probably want to play. Chicken Little. No. Yes, Wax Museum is correct. And in fact, it says on here. Oh no, actually that's not correct. You said Wax Museum. That's not the name of it. It's close. It's close. House of Wax is correct from Red. Yeah, there you go. It's House of Wax. It was very, very close. She says she's not going to know the answers. She should just try. I'm just going to tell her to try. Which classic horror film stars a serial killer dressed as William Shatner? Yes, Halloween is correct by War Dog. Dang, you guys are really good at these. I'm impressed. In fact, I'd almost wager to say you guys are better at these horror flicks than I think you guys are at the other ones. What horror film used the following tagline? In space, no one can hear you scream. Aliens, War Dog for the win. Man, Aliens is correct. Spaceballs. Some of y'all just hate horror flicks. I can tell already. Hey, there she is. There's the wife. It's a dumb one. That's all I know. Freddy versus Jason. All right, here we go. Here we go. What's the highest grossing Stephen King film adaptation to date? What's the highest grossing Stephen King film adaptation to date? Heonti Song with It as the correct answer. It's the 2017 remake. I'm going to skip over this one because I can't read it. What television series is based on a concept for an unproduced episode of The X-Files? Ooh, this one's going to get you guys. I have a feeling you guys aren't going to get this one. What television series is based on a concept for an unproduced episode of The X-Files? Nope. I don't think anybody's going to get this one. What the heck, you guys? Like random shout outs. CNN. Nope, not Tales from the Crypt. It's a movie. What television series is based on? You know what? It says I think this is read incorrectly. It says what television series is based on a concept from an unproduced. It's not television series. It's because I don't think this is a television series. It's a movie. So what movie is based on a concept from an unproduced episode of The X-Files? I think they worded the question incorrectly. That's why you guys were guessing like weird stuff. It's a movie. It's a movie. So what movie is based on a concept for an unproduced episode of The X-Files? You guys ready for this one? Because I don't think you're going to get it. And it's just because the question's kind of poor, and we probably have to fact check it to even make sure it's right. But it says Final Destination. Final Destination is a movie that's based on a concept for an unproduced episode of The X-Files. I don't even know if that's right. When Carrie, 1976 version, takes the stage after her election as prom queen, bullies douse her in what animal's blood? Final Destination is totally a horror movie. Yes, Duncan for the answer. Pig's blood. That is correct. Well, guys, I hate to do this to you, but guess what? It's that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is the last trading day of this week. I'm excited about next week, so let's one more done for this week and we'll be on to the next one. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets, get out, do something, but above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Look at what's happened to me. I can't believe it myself. Suddenly I'm up on top of the world. It should have been somebody else. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free. Flying away on a wing and a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just me. Just like the light of a new day, it hit me from out of the blue, breaking me out of the spell I was in, making all of my wishes come true. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free. Flying away on a wing and a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just me. This is too good to be true. Look at me, falling for you.